thing. I'll explain when we come back. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on KFI, AM 640 live everywhere, and the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and have a look.
Just seconds ago, Emma Stone won the Academy Award for Best Actress in a Leading Role for her role in Poor Things. Disney has confirmed hints of a huge theme park attraction that could be part of a $1.9 billion Disneyland expansion in Anaheim. And Kung Fu Panda 4 has knocked Dune Part 2 from the top of the box office charts, opening with $58 billion this weekend. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight with temperatures in the low 50s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid-60s on Monday. This weather report is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. We're going to check on the 5 when we come back.
TaxAct knows you don't look forward to taxes. TaxAct doesn't even look forward to taxes. And TaxAct is a tax software company, specifically TaxAct over. If TaxAct did things over, maybe TaxAct would end up teaching kindergarten or leading fly fishing tours. But that's a different story for a different day. So why don't we just agree that taxes aren't fun, but you still have to do them? TaxAct's filing software can help you do that. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan can help you save thousands by consolidating your DUB to one low fixed monthly payment. You can get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to do your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. Do your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/payoff. NMLS is 9689.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Why no sweat bet? New customer nation is one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles for juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spread. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spread, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Stay out of debt. Don't spend money like a drunken hooker. Save like smart drunken hookers. And 3, it's a
What up, you little bitches? If you ain't listening before, listen now. This is Best Picture. It's coming up. Al Pacino's presented. With the Oppenheimer nominated below.
Just wondering, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the time to relax and work of the evening. And it's wonderful.
KFI, 6:30. You got Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. Love and marriage. You know, things have been changing.
And
Nothing's really
I have to
changed,
really
by the way,
for
in
that.
the way humans behave
And
across
I
history. What's changed is our acceptance and awareness of the variability and multiplicity, you say it right, of how people date, mate, and relate. Remember a couple weeks ago I had, was it last week, the author Christopher Ryan of Sex at Dawn, who really believes that we are closer to bonobos than we are chimpanzees.
Who's Oppenheimer, baby?
And
Game
that most
over.
humans are not so aggressive. And in fact, we do make love, not war.
It had to be the absolute worst like presentation. Al Pacino looks at the
We might
card
come
and
on
he's
this
like,
into the stages of our life.
there's Oppenheimer.
But we are definitely socially monogamous, meaning that the world is socially organized around couplehood. So, I have always said that because of our very long lifespans, when till death do us part was invented way back when, death was pretty imminent. And now, we shouldn't be surprised that a relationship doesn't
That one
last
about the
20,
one
30,
like
40, 50, 60
man, now you're gonna make
years.
me look it up
Because our we're outliving
just for
the
you.
purpose, the contracts of our specific relationships. And that's why I take great exception to the words failed marriage. It drives me crazy when people say that. That marriage was a failure. Well, my first marriage failed. So,
Here's
your
what they
own
are.
definition of
If
success
you weren't ready before,
is
you
one
better
that
get your shit
lasts
together
for a
because
long time. So,
I'm about to read
duration
them.
is the only litmus test. It could have been a
The
terrible relationship. Could have involved emotional abuse,
movie's up for Best
domestic
Picture.
violence,
Oppenheimer
intimidation,
is the winner.
no intimacy,
American
no
Fiction,
sex.
Anatomy of
And
a
it could have
Fall,
lasted all
Barbie,
those
which
decades.
that was very good.
You would call it
The
successful.
Holdovers, Killers of the Flower Moon, Maestro, Past Life, Poor Things, and The Zone of Interest, baby.
Is inevitable. No, not right away. Okay. I mean, if you got married in the year 1900 and professed, we will stay together until death do us part, the average length of that marriage was 12 years. Because people were dying so young. If you got
It's one of the
married
greatest
in the year
campaigns of all
and
time.
professed, we'll be together until death do us part, the average length of that marriage was 12
Because the
years.
fucking Oscars are over.
So, but now divorce, not death. All right.
This bitch is just blabbing on.
A survey. Now,
Alright, we know you won.
research I try to be honest about
Congratulations.
where it came from, how they collected it.
Alright, you wanna know who all the winners are now, Bob Doc?
And only 1,000 Americans. I know that's a big number to you, but to generalize across the whole population.
Actor in a leading role,
Right?
Cillian
So they
Murphy.
surveyed 1,000
Actor
Americans
in a
who were
supporting
divorced
role,
or
Robert
were in the
Downey Jr.
process of divorcing.
Actress in a leading role,
This is for example,
Emma Stone.
bothers me. We tried to discover
Damn, that bitch won again.
marriages fail.
Actress in a supporting role,
Why marriages
Devine
Why
Joy
marriages
Randall.
conclusion.
Animated
Why
feature film,
marriages
The Boy and the
finally
Heron.
reach the precipice and decide to
Cinematography, Oppenheimer.
stop using the word fail.
Costumes, Poor Things.
All right, based on their data,
Directing,
here are some of
Oppenheimer,
the
Christopher
reasons
Nolan.
that marriages
Documentary
are
feature
most
film,
likely to end.
20 Days in Miracle.
First of all, let me just say some things they also learned. That
The
despite
one
what you think
that
about conscious
nominated
it's a lovely
Bobby
trend.
Wine, The People's President,
Taking time with
The
another
Eternal
customer,
Memory,
conscious
4 Daughters,
use,
and To Kill a Tiger.
it's time.
Documentary short film, The Last Repair
Forces
Shop.
are initiated.
Film editing, Oppenheimer. International feature film,
One person has made
The
the decision to
Zone of
divorce,
Interest, Nathan
the other person
Hairstyling.
stays with the program.
Poor
And
Things.
they're not happy about that usually, right?
Music,
Now,
original
when divorce
score,
goes to
Oppenheimer.
happen,
Music, original song, What Was I Made For?
Now again,
From Barbie, music and lyrics by Billie
this is a
Eilish.
survey of thousands.
and Phineas O'Connell. Best Picture, Oppenheimer. Production Design, Poor Things. Animated Short Film. Winner, War is Over, inspired by the music of John and Yoko. Live action short film, The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. Sound, The Zone of Interest. Visual effects, Godzilla -1. Writing, adapted screenplay, American Fiction. Writing, original screenplay, Anatomy of a Fall. That's everything, baby. What did you think, Bob Don? That's the end of the show. Was it the greatest Oscars in the history of Oscars? I think it was. I hope you do as well. Barbie. Dude, she's super hot. Dog, she's super hot. Everybody in that movie is super hot. That's it. I mean, you can see Oppenheimer fall asleep during it like I did.
Some money is spread on the table. Okay, so the number 2 reason is parenting differences. Oh, I believe this one. When my kids were in preschool, the amount of divorces that were flying around that preschool classroom,
I can't believe we just watched the entire Oscars. I don't think I've ever done that.
During that time, we've got small kids in family, and it is very, very difficult to get along because we're both projecting.
Was it your favorite Oscar of all time?
What your infant experience was, and you're angry with your spouse like you were angry as a child.
That makes you
it's all unconscious.
probably
You're not even aware that you're doing it.
pretty
When
common.
parents stand over the cradle and argue for
This is the first one I've ever watched all the way through.
Don't pick them up. They need this, they need that, and they just fight over parenting difference.
We didn't watch any of that
You need to be
pre
stricter. I need more
the
discipline.
red carpet or anything.
I think that's abuse. Right? That's what parents do. They don't come to the table being a unified union. Another big reason for divorce, I did this one, division of household labor. Of course. Women are sick and tired, especially if they're working full time. If they have to come home
What'd you say, baby?
and make a bed and put on a meal, and there's been somebody else home earlier
One more
who hasn't
time?
done it.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Did you ever see that? This is discussed on Joe Rogan. Did you ever see that picture? Well, I'm sure you've seen that video that's supposed to be a Trinity site where they blow up the nuclear weapons and it like blows up a house and it blows up a car. And like you can see that this car is a model car and all of that stuff are miniatures.
You know, a relationship is a bridge between tribes. You gotta introduce those tribes. At Christmas time, my sweet Julio drove all the way from Boston to Ottawa. Yeah, you can map that and ways.
that could be a thing too, dog.
So they can have dinner with my
Dog,
family.
check this out. This was on the. Have you heard of Joe Rogan?
That's what you do.
Word,
When people say
Mockingbird.
it's an affair, I
Okay.
want to remind them that an affair is usually a symptom of a problem.
So
It's not.
he even had somebody on here who mentions this.
Divorce can be prevented by examining what.
I mean, this is really good footage. Like of anything, you can tell this footage is fake. Like now looking at it. Okay, watch it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can you hear it?
If you're thinking about getting married,
Okay.
or you're a son or daughter thinking about getting married, you want to listen to these 10 questions you need to ask each other before getting married. You're listening to the Dr. Williams Show. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and Heather Brooker. Just moments ago, Best Picture at the Academy Awards. That is the 96th Academy Awards. We just wrapped up moments ago after we were walked away with 7 awards out of its 13 nominations. Cillian Murphy just won Best Actor in the World. Billie Eilish with her brother Phineas O'Connell in History won Best Original Song. But has that made for
Dude, I know you can't really see what's going on in that, but it's wild. It's basically like you can tell that camera is just of miniatures, not of a real house. and that the smoke cloud from it is too big. Like, you can tell that these things are miniature and that that's not a real car.
Actress in a leading role for her role in Poor Things. Just wanted to hit a few of the highlights of the show, and again, it just wrapped up.
Yeah, it's pretty baller.
And of course, we'll continue to bring you all this information.
Now, nuclear power is real.
Hundreds of protesters marched through
Nuclear power is real.
today to highlight what they called, quote,
So nuclear weapons, from what I've heard, I mean, like, there are really good questions that are raised. Why do people live in Hiroshima and Nagasaki right now? Why isn't it like quarantined like Chernobyl? Literally, people live in these cities right now. Why don't they have like 4 heads and like 3 arms? It's like a normal city. Hiroshima and Nagasaki are normal cities now. You mean they didn't have any nuclear fallout? So from what I understand, well, no, that's true. Just like we did Dresden. Well, the firebombing is correct. We firebombed the shit out of those people, and then perhaps call that nuclear blast. Yo, what's going on, Ryan? How you living, baby? John Dick! No way, can you see me? Dude, John Dick, I'm so glad you're here. Can you see me? There should be a video. Dude, check this out. Can you see this? You can't see my screen? Oh shit, okay. That's okay. I'm gonna send you a direct message. Dude, I've been trying to get a hold of you. I have a whole community. Dude, you gotta meet these people. I got 2 people in here right now. Do you know what Telegram is? Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna send you this. Oh, thank you so much. I've been trying to contact him as well. Okay, so just one moment. I'm so glad that you're here. I've been telling people about you. Oh shit, he left. Where the fuck did he go? No. Oh my god, he left. I need him to come back. Yeah, this is literally somebody who I've been trying to contact for like more than a year. He used to come into my TikToks all the time, and I had like he and two of his friends, like they became my friends, and then he just bounced, and fuck, I need him to come back. All right, so I don't know where he went. I gotta get him back though. That's very important. Extremely. Did he follow me? Dog, he didn't even follow me. This is horseshit. Where did he go? Oh my god, I can't believe he didn't. Oh yeah, he did. Tight. Okay. He followed me. Okay, I can give him. No, this isn't. Wait, if this is him, maybe it is. I'm confused if this is him though. And I know that sounds weird, but okay. Basically, this guy might have a. Yeah,
what do you call it?
Someone who. Oh, JH is here. Someone who not interprets them, but impersonates them. I'm not sure. Okay, so let me explain. I'm actually live on TikTok right now, but I used to go out live on TikTok, and people would hold on a second. Join this Telegram. I have been streaming my life in it live for 9 months, period. Please tell John Appleton, period. I'm so glad you connected with me. I have been trying to connect with you for some time, period.
Today, black folks not being able
Oh, dude, he's right here. He just connected with me.
but there is something you can do.
What up, baby?
No cure for HIV, but there are effective
All right. So sorry, I'm kind of focused on these guys. I've been trying to get a hold of them for a long time. So what happened?
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to Dr. about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kiss the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit.
Right now, please.
No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners.
T.me/HTOF
Local grocery retailer.
and
Info at juicyjuice.com.
On your screen. Follow us now at KFID640.
JH, how are you feeling, my man? Take a nice, take a minute, baby.
I must say that was my
What I should do. All right,
So, you know, Julio there.
my man.
I was raised Catholic. I don't think the Catholic Church would take
Just checking out
I really don't.
my man on Twitter right now. So basically, I had a random person come into my Twitter space who I know, who sounds like someone I know. And the only thing is, the person who I know is from Australia. And this person on Twitter doesn't look like they're from Australia. So I don't know. I'm confused. But hopefully they joined the Telegram and figured it all out.
Many people keep asking him and keep asking me. You know, the question is, have you even had this question? I don't know. Why?
Yeah, it's crazy. And then especially when people use different platforms, it's like, I don't want to say it's inconsistent, but it is. So like you don't know who is what.
How would you describe that?
Your battery is fully charged. You are happy. You are lovely. You are just on top of Julio's account.
Right. But the anonymity opportunity.
I'll tell you the reason. I mean, there's no reason financially. But if you think about why you get married as a young person in your 20s,
Oh, very
there's
nice.
lots of legal protections if you're
Click
raising
the link.
kids, if one person makes more
Do
money.
human verification.
But we're peers. We're financial peers. Any assets we might have would go to our
And
adult children. So there's no financial reason. In fact, we clearly have a prenup that says my stuff's mine, his stuff's his. Doesn't matter, you know. We'll split the household bills like roommates do. You know, that kind of thing. Based on, I love Susie Orman, and she always says, because you're splitting up of the household expenses on.
Is that a question for me?
So if somebody makes more, they pay a little more, etc. But here's why we're getting married.
Are they feeding me here?
I'll tell you my story. I was a single mother for 18
I
years.
say you well
I
enough.
dated a little bit here and there in romantic apartments. Didn't like to expose my kids to a bad romantic choice environment. And I read some statistics that were so disturbing to me.
I'm sorry on
That
that.
one of the most unsafe places
Oh,
for
I need this person to come in this Telegram.
is in
I've been wanting to talk to them
with
for
a
like a
non-biological
year.
Ronnie's boyfriend, stepfather, stepbrother, apparently 8 times the rate of abuse, whether it's emotional, physical, or sexual.
7.
So I was too unsure of my skills that I was not going to be able to choose a good person. Ironically, you know, I met Julio way later. Had I met him earlier, he probably would have been a great stepdad. Now all the kids are
Oh,
grown,
sweet.
but
My
like,
friend
that
joined.
happened in Reddit.
Hold on, he should be here soon.
You know, eventually retired.
Join
But for me,
the
after
video.
sacrificing for those 18 years, being the mother, the father, the
There.
driver, the caregiver, the provider,
5 other people
everything,
here.
it's just so nice to only have half a brain working because he does the other half of everything.
Introduce
Like,
you.
for instance, I don't think I've sat in the passenger seat of my car
All right.
in a
Let's
decade.
see this person can figure out during the video call.
Around is amazing.
Sir Linkius is here. Sir Linkius, how you doing, baby?
I like to cook, he likes to do the dishes. I mean, we literally sit there after dinner
Good evening. How are you? We just watched the 96 Oscars.
I don't feel guilty, okay? Because I have a true partner.
How are you?
The thing is, there are two times in life. If a relationship is an exchange of care, and that care, of course, can take many
Yeah,
forms, but if it is an exchange of care,
what did they do?
there are times
They
in our
had,
lives when we really
I don't know, a streaker during the 1970s, and they kind of wanted to recreate that.
and the other
Oppenheimer
is,
won.
near the end of the
Robert Downey Jr. won Best Supporting Actor. Cillian Murphy won Best Actor. Best Actress was Emma Stone. And Best Supporting Actress is some lady that lead or something.
Make a public statement that we're together forever and that I know that we'll be together forever. And the other thing is, we're young and healthy enough that it's great to be able to plan a big party. All our friends are coming and it's a big deal, so that's fun. But we never turn down an excuse for a party. He wants the sense of commitment. He's a bit of a traditionalist. All right, here's another question you should ask yourself before you get married. What parts of your parents' marriage do you want to emulate? And what parts of your parents' marriage do you not want to have happen at all? So the first one for me would be, how helpful my dad was around the house and everything. I like that. And he really definitely represents that.
So, I'm waiting for my friend to come in here. His name is John Dick. If it's the same John Dick, this is a very interesting person. If you want to hear this story, I'm going to tell it to you. Okay, so there was this documentary that I watched, I want to say like 15 years ago, called The Man Who Would Be King or something like that. Anyway, it studied Ocean Beach Club. Read bio. How are you? Ocean Beach Club. How are you? Oh, Ocean Beach Club can't talk right now. Why can't we get Ocean Beach Club the ability to speak? What's up with Ocean Beach Club? Can anybody help them? Bob Dobbs, do you know how we can help Ocean Beach Club?
What constitutes cheating? Some people feel if a man looks at porn, it's cheating. I don't feel that. Or maybe he's just swiping through IG and he's got a lot of Instagram models on his feed. Okay, so that's not cheating. What if he's DMing something?
Okay, Ocean Beach Club. Leave and come back. He's doing so.
If you've chosen non-monogamy in your relationship, what are rules? You have rules and boundaries.
Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it. Don't worry. I'll ask. Can someone please?
What's your plan when boredom hits?
Can an admin please allow Ocean Beach Club to speak in the species? Ocean Beach Club, we see you. So now Ocean Beach Club has the ability to raise their hand. When before they were muted. I don't know if we change these things. Okay, we're getting it for you. Don't worry. We're getting it for you, Ocean Beach Club. Ocean Beach Club, we got this bad boy for you. Don't you worry.
The Princess of Wales, since her abdominal surgery nearly 2 months ago, was released today after weeks of speculation about her whereabouts.
We got
And
you,
then a
Ocean
short
Beach
time
Club.
later, it was removed by the Associated Press because it appears to be manipulated. And actor Robert Downey Jr. has snagged his first ever Oscar. He took home the award for Best Supporting Actor for his role in Oppenheimer.
Let's get Ocean Beach Club. I'm helping you, dog. Help him. And he was muted in the chat for posting another Telegram invite. Oh. Well, okay. I understand that. Alright, well, let me see if we can give him a second chance. I don't think so. Because my friend John said, do you know who John Dick is? Oh, that's just the guy. because
SoFi.com/paid-off. Motivated by SoFi.
he has too much crypto stuff, like the path to money. I don't think he would send all that stuff. Like, this guy doesn't know that much about crypto. Can we give him another chance?
Sitting in traffic. Listening to your coworker talk about his
All right, we're asking if we can give him a second chance. Dog, I don't do this often to people, but I honestly think you should get a warning. Oh yeah, dude, they were unmuted. Okay, hey, Ocean Beach Club, you were unmuted, so drop down and come back. Black Slang. What up, Black Slang? How are you?
Customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no
Kicking ass, taking names. What's new in the hood? What's good in the hood? Yo, what up, Ocean Beach Club? Be careful about posting stuff. How are you?
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet hits. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older and eligible. One no sweat bet for new customers. Issued one bonus bet based on amount of initial booster bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV.
You're absolutely welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Taking this prescribed will help you live
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We're live on 5 different YouTubes now. I've been live streaming for 3 years.
And not on treatment. Talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored
Yeah,
by
absolutely.
Science.
Like a real life Truman Show. You can watch me eat, sleep, go to the bathroom. Everything that a human does going back 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Right now, currently, you're live on 5 different YouTubes, 5 different Twitches, 5 different Twitters, 5 different Rumbles, 5 different Odysseys, 5 different Kicks, 5 different, like, of 23 different platforms. It's over 100 different accounts you're live on right now.
Right path and the right people to walk alongside you. At Indiana Wesleyan University, we help dreamers become doers through flexible learning pathways, including online
You got that right.
on-campus opportunities, accessible
You got that right. We're wild.
and intentional faculty who make world-changing connections. Learn ahead, it's possible with Indiana Wesleyan. Start today and discover the way.
Yeah. So, I live on savings. So I've been doing this for about 3 years, and you can literally watch the entire coin going back. Look at JH is making something here. Oh, is that your brisket, dog? That was good. Boy, that was beautiful, JH. So, you're able to go back and watch my life like a time capsule for the world. And while I'm not paid to do it, content is king. And I have more content than any person in global history. And perhaps one day that may make me a very rich man. Absolutely. Yeah, I have more data online than any person in global history. It's more than 3 years. It's 300,000 hours. This is 10 times more data than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. Absolutely. So data is Earth's #1 commodity, and I have more data than any person on Earth. So that means that perhaps I may be very rich someday. And if I am, I want to share it with the community. But if anything, I've been able to capture this community going back to essentially its beginning. So we have me living. I've been living in this Telegram now live for 9 months. So So people have been able to interact with me. We've seen the highs of the coin, the lows of the coin, and everything in between. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we know that it has a lot more potential, so it doesn't really surprise us. We see this thing at $10 and then $69 and then even more than that, but it's really nice to see. Okay, if you have the opportunity, what I want you to do is look in the chat. I just posted a link. You click that link to YouTube, and it has all 5 of my streams. You'll be able to hear your own voice live on YouTube. Excellent. I just put it in the chat. I see we have Blocks playing here too. Blocks playing, welcome. How are you? Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is a wonderful opportunity to introduce myself to you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life live 24/7 for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. So at any given day, you can ask anyone in this stream. I'm always here. You can always talk to me. You can use me as a resource. I help people get directions. I help people when they're having a bad day or when they're having a good day. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like ufology, like cryptocurrency, like life extension technology, like mind uploading technology, like digital immortality, like transhumanism, like advanced propulsion, like alien races, and everything in between. What brought me to Harry Potter? I like to host trivia on Twitter Spaces. I'm live on Twitter Spaces right now, as a matter of fact, and on video Twitter Spaces, which is a new feature that they launched in the last 2 weeks on iOS. Anyway, I would go to different cryptocurrencies and play trivia with them. And some of the people who were playing one day were in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu group, and they thought I was a very interesting individual and invited me into their Telegram. And we started playing trivia together in the days and weeks that followed. And I could tell that this group of people was smarter than all the other cryptocurrencies. I would play trivia, and I would use like similar or some of the same questions. And I can tell you that this group of people was just pretty brilliant when it came to trivia in comparison to a lot of the other cryptocurrencies. So that was last summer, and they invited me to stream my life in here, and I've been doing so live now for about 9 months. And yeah, so people come in here, they watch me eat, they watch me sleep. I'm always here though. So basically, it's kind of like a home base for people. At the end of the night, you just come here and we want to hear about your day. We want to hear about what went well in your day, what didn't go well, what kind of alpha you have for the room. And it's just kind of a place. We have men here, we have women here. We have people of all ages and all over the world. And it's a nice little community we've built. So you got.
You know, Julio used to criticize me when we first met.
Oh no way, that's baller. That's sweet. I just had 2,100 Twitter accounts that were recently suspended. 2,100, 2,100. You're like, did you make that many of them? Yeah, I physically made them all. If you wonder why they all got banned, I would just create an account and then use it to follow people, and it would just annoy the hell out of everyone on Twitter. And I could still do it, but I just honestly have been busy streaming on all these other platforms to really dedicate myself to it, and it did a lot of damage. In fact, from December 2023 until February 2024, if you typed in viral rabbi from huge accounts or Rabbi Rothschild, from huge accounts, there would just be complaints of people who were like, who is this person? They're not just a troll, they're the ultimate troll of the internet. They are Twitter's best troll. And I mean, they'd be like, this person followed me with 75 different accounts this morning. Who has 75 different accounts to follow me? Like, people were like, this is targeted. These people, this rabbi's targeting me, and he's doing it, and he mocks me live on YouTube as he does it. I can see my own Twitter account on his computer as he follows me with his account. It's all very funny. Absolutely.
That's not intentional love.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
What intentional dating is
is prioritizing quality over quantity.
Exactly. Yeah, no.
It's not about
Yeah.
It's about following.
No, that's my name. Here, I'll show you.
And here's a great thing.
No, I'm dead serious, dog.
It's also being really honest with yourself.
Here's my passport. Here's my tefillin. I have my kippah right here. Here's my passport.
Maybe somebody who's comfortably right in
Yeah, you can screenshot it.
dating is also considering the consequences of sex.
Dude, absolutely. You can screenshot it, and then once you're done screenshotting it, let me know. I'll show you my driver's license, and you can screenshot that.
It's an emotional experience. It's a physical experience. There's some little strings there, okay? But it's important that you make a decision to love instead of being emotionally hijacked by love.
Word mockingbird.
Love is a verb. It's
You got it?
It is the verb to give. And you are going to give your love once you've gathered some information.
Absolutely.
That person
I have no fear.
of your life.
Yes. Now, hold on one second, and I'll get my driver's license for you.
First of all, ditch your fears of abandonment.
Did you take the screenshot?
Worry that somebody you're dating will go-
Excellent. Just one moment.
You're
You can post it wherever you want. You can get a tattoo of it.
good enough for you. Whether they're going to match for you. Instead of worrying
I have nothing to fear.
No, be authentic, okay?
Okay, just one moment, and I'm gonna get my license.
Physical attraction is the most important thing. You guys gotta get over it now. It is a short-term, fleeting thing. Because before you know it, you're gonna be looking at each other on your sick days with no makeup, laid up in bed, looking your worst, and physical
Here you go, dog.
attraction is not gonna matter. Okay? You might find the most
Absolutely. Here's my license.
tucked inside somebody who might not have been your physical type. The other thing I say, and some people don't agree with this, but I totally agree with it. I see it, or I needed it, and I was looking for it. Be very clear on the first date about what you're looking for.
I'm sick of war.
Say things like, well,
I don't want people to have war anymore.
I'm looking for something casual, and
So I've made my.
I want to see what happens. No. Instead, you're going to say,
That's my name, dog.
I'm kind of curious to see what this goes. I mean, I definitely want to create a relationship.
They're related to my family. They changed their name.
But I'm not looking for a casual hookup.
If you know, Meyer Amschel Rothschild was not his original name. His original name was Meyer Amschel Bauer.
Forget the games.
Yeah, so they changed it to Rothschild.
Setting boundaries. Okay, so let's say you meet somebody and you think they're absolutely perfect, so you're like, I'm just
Fuck yeah, baby.
because I think they're perfect.
Did you take it? Did you take a screenshot? Excellent. Here. I mean, if you want to see anything else, here, I got my like. Here's my Masonic card. You want to see like my Freemasons? Yeah.
And somebody calls that you're really interested
Take,
in. Says,
take a screenshot.
Say, plan for self-care. We'll do it tomorrow night. You will be raised to value your lives. Because people respect people who like themselves and care for themselves. And also,
Yeah, which one you want? You want? Hold on, I'll do it to the better one.
listen, when somebody ghosts you, hopefully they don't ghost you and say, that's working out, or whatever. They just, for whatever
I
reason,
don't know, man.
I want you to celebrate.
We'll move it in closer.
Inappropriate date and they left early. The goal of catching a like-minded mate is achieved by
Well, this is the state of California.
Guess what?
This is the biggest and the best kind of Mason you can be.
Early on, you guys figured it wasn't great, so somebody disappeared and you're like, I'm free, I can move on people, stay attached
So,
to bad relationships.
here's my other-
and love and hope.
Here, this is, I'm a Shriner, which is an even a higher level of Mason. And there's my name, Michael Rothschild.
Great woman, but it was COVID, and they moved way too fast.
Right, exactly. Here's my Shriner's card.
And then they were married in a few months.
There's my name. There's the Shriner's logo.
All right, when we come back, I am going to social media because you guys, I guess while you were watching the Academy Awards, you were sending all your gaps. Your Academy
Baby.
Award party now, so I'm
I'm telling you this right now.
So let me go to social media.
I'm the poorest motherfucker on earth, but I'm gonna be the richest person. And here's why. I gave up all of my wealth. I gave up all of the opportunity that I have in the world and bank on data. And that essentially I'll be able to lead the world once this stream goes viral, because I have more data online than any person, and I'll be able to create banks, I'll be able to create charities, I'll be able to essentially move markets with my mouth. I recognize that The Economist magazine in 2018 declared data as Earth's #1 commodity, more valuable a resource than oil, than water, than food, than air, than land, than everything on Earth. Data is #1. And so if I have more data, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. And the person who has the most amount of content will be king. It's a race to the top. And as of right now, I'm live on over 100 different accounts on over 23 different streams. I have essentially a live stream going back 3 years, and just a matter of time until enough people find out about it. And I'm telling you this right now, it's a random Sunday night, and I've got 9 people in here. Trust me, I didn't always have this. I've done this for many years, totally alone, just streaming my life, living my job. I'm a certified project management professional, so that's how I've been able to provide for myself through money. And so what I do is I'm an app developer as well. And in addition to being an app developer, I've also worked for Fortune 500 companies as a contractor. So I do have ways to support myself from a professional standpoint, working really great careers, 6-figure incomes, but I know that I can become the world's first trillionaire through data. I can even, look, it's not a competition, but I just know that the person who streams their life 24 hours a day, they're going to be extremely influential in society. Every woman is going to fall in love with them. They're going to be seen as a very honest person in society because their whole life is online. Their children are going to have it made. Everyone's going to want to be a part of this person. It's essentially a reality show for the world. If you ever saw during the 1990s, Jim Carrey put out a movie called The Truman Show, and that's what this is. It's a fabulous movie. Absolutely. Yeah, so I can tell you this. If you want to know all of the secrets, even more secrets than you're going to know from a Freemason, there is an excellent documentary, 4 hours long, and it's called Inside Freemasonry. It's by William Schoenfeld, and he tells you everything, all the secret phrases, all of the secret symbols, and so anybody who ever asks me about the secrets, I want them to know. And before I was a Freemason, I watched this documentary, so I kind of knew all the stuff going into it. If you're interested in it, we can watch it right now. Excellent. Well, I understand. I'll put it in the chat, just a moment, and just copy the link and watch it at your own time. But it'll give you all the secrets of Freemasonry, and I've watched it before. I mean, with people, and they're fascinated by it, and they have since become Freemasons themselves. And so it's about 30 years old, but it's still very relevant today. Absolutely. And then you should know, Ocean, we're always here. So come whenever you want, and come chill. We'd love to hear about you. So it's called Freemasonry. The Light Behind Freemasonry is by William Schoenfeld, and I'm going to put it in the chat right now, in the Telegram. What I want you to do, Ocean, is follow me, or make me a contact, so that I can send you direct messages if needed. But I just put the link in there, so get that link. Okay. And then we gotta help Real Schiller. Oh wait, Real Schiller X. He's good. Excellent. So if you watch that, they'll tell you everything that you need to know about being a Freemason and more so. In fact, I've quizzed my fellow Freemasonic brethren and they don't know everything that's in there. Now, does that mean all you have to do is watch that and you'd be a Freemason? No, you would be caught as being a non-Mason very quickly. And here's why. There's a registry. If you're not on the registry, it's like super obvious that you're not a Freemason. But back in the day, if you knew some of that stuff, you'd be able to sneak into some places. Absolutely. I'm kind of a big deal.
Southland weather front can't find with temperatures below 50s metro LA. Highs in the mid-60s.
Oh, I've seen that. I don't think that that's accurate. I've seen that. I know what you're talking about. There's like a video of a guy who like makes the justification of the flat Earth using the square and compass of the Freemasons, correct? Yeah. Morals and dogma. Well, I can tell you, perhaps in some areas of esoterica and the occult, that is consistent. But at least within mainstream Freemasonry, there is no discussion on flat Earth. It's only like celestial beings and the majesty of the solar system. There's no discussion on flat Earth. I think it's disinformation. Basically, if you listen to what CIA Director William Colby said, that the CIA is currently undergoing a major psychological warfare drill on the American public, and they will know that it is complete when every fact that the American public knows is false. So basically what they're doing is using disinformation campaigns to infiltrate the education and academia to teach people every single fact they know to be incorrect eventually. And the way that you're able to do this is to break down people's like most acute understood realities of the world, like the sun perhaps is at the center of the solar system and the earth revolves around it. There are some other ways to do it. Welcome. There are some other ways that it's being done as well. But basically, if you can break down people's like most basic understanding, like there are two genders or like two sexes, if you start to, change people's minds on that or change people's minds on the fact that the earth is round, then you can change their mind on anything. Basically, so what has been done is there's been major disinformation campaigns on some things that have just been known as given. Like, of course, the earth is round, and for 400 years we've known this, at least, but longer than that. That's just some people have thought that it has been geocentric when really it's heliocentric. And so I would say generally we're at a point in society where the people who control the media and the people who control the education systems are now in a position to be able to basically
how you can learn how to
hoodwink,
choose
for
partners
lack of a
who
better
you
term.
can depend
There's
on.
some terms that you'll learn from that movie that I sent, that video. Hoodwink is a Masonic term. Orient is a Masonic term. Blackball is a Masonic term. These are Masonic terms that have infiltrated mainstream language. But for lack of a better term, hoodwink. Basically, these people who are in control have been able to hoodwink the education systems, the academic systems of society, and now it is their mission to actively make everything that one knows to be a fact into a falsehood.
We had sex 2 weeks ago, and we haven't heard a peep from him. Also, he didn't text me back. So let me get this clear. It's a hookup. That's you just said that. I've been hooking up with someone for 2 years. That's a long time to be having sex with the same person. Then you say communication is okay. So if it's just a hookup, why are you worried so much about communication? Then you're worried that you had sex, you texted him and he didn't text back. So I'm starting to feel some abandonment anxiety, right? Then you say, today he sexts you. He sent you a sexy picture or say something sexy, whatever. And then your question to me is, does this guy just want to have sex with me? Yes. But what happens is, when women continue to have no strings attached sex regularly with the same person, it often means that their bodies start to get attached. You see, when women have sex, men also manufacture a little bit of oxytocin as the bonding hormone, and dopamine and norepinephrine, etc. But women get a huge surge of oxytocin when they have sex.
So are you an advocate of flat Earth, or you're an advocate of the heliocentric model of the solar system?
Yeah, but he should at least call me back. It's like the body is here you are worried about communication.
Well,
he's not texting you back.
I mean,
and now you're wondering if he just wants sex alone with you. That's all he wants. Okay, it's not going to be more. You haven't expressly laid out those rules for it to be more. I mean, you could do one last attempt and say, by the way, I'm starting to feel for you. I have some level of attachment. How do you feel about me? If you want to do that, you can.
Okay, I mean,
I'm telling you right now, it's probably not.
How do you disprove satellite imagery?
Sorry to say, but you entered into one contract, and then your body physiologically changed the contract, and now your head skipping games. All right. Oh, another Friends with Benefits. Listen to this. Dear Dr. Wendy, I am missing my Friends with Benefits of 2.5 years. So I don't know if you haven't seen each other 2.5 years or you were friends with benefits for 2.5 years. That's not clear. I found out you seen someone else while we were still messing with each other. Okay, so
I'm not saying that. I'm going to ask you a question, and as a flat earther, I want you to just tell me how you counter it. Okay?
It's been a little over a month now. I guess I missed who I thought he was, not who he turned out to be. Been working
I understand that. I get what you're saying. So you have to, okay, if you really want to do it yourself, you can see the horizon curve. Observing from a ship or like a high tower, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Admit it, there was a little piece of you who was hoping your friend would benefit.
In multiple places in the United States, you can see it. In the Utah desert and in Oklahoma, you can see it.
I'll be honest, man. This is the quiet fantasy that so many women hold in their heads. You know, the oldest trade in human history is women attempt to trade sex for love. And they lose 100% of the time. Because men don't fall in love through sex. They can have sex with the same woman over and over. Look, 2.5 years, you said. Same woman for 2.5 years and not like her one bit more than they did that first time. Because for men, it's just sex. Now, it's not that men can't have great sex when they are emotionally in love with somebody, and men will tell me that they've had much better sex with someone they love. But they don't fall in love because of sex. And this is the thing that so many women get wrong. Okay, so your answer.
Does it get better? Yeah, it gets
What about
Does it get easier? How long is it
what
gonna
about what about Earth's
take?
what about Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse?
I was in therapy
It's obvious
on and
that the
off for
shadow
years,
cast on the moon is
trying to
consistently
work through my
round.
feelings of abandonment, trying to figure out where they belonged in my childhood. Turns out I had to do with my dad away in the Navy all the time. Me in love with longing. I was in love with longing.
No, I mean, have you Ocean Blue? Have you seen a lunar eclipse?
Who showed up when they said they were going to show up? Who did what
So
they
you
said
can
they were
see
gonna
it's a
do?
circle.
Who
It's
expressed
not a
feelings
square.
that
It's not a triangle. It's a circle.
felt like love to me. Love to me. But to have a component of
What else could it be?
and longing. So when will it get better? Soon. But you're going to have to do the work.
I understand,
And
but I think
probably
that
realize it's
perhaps it's
this is hard.
irrational to think.
When it hurts the most.
Perhaps I don't want to say it's irrational. Okay,
I'm going to continue to answer your social media questions when we come back.
absolutely.
And if you want to send me one is at Dr. Wendy Walsh, at Dr. Wendy Walsh. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and Heather Brooker.
2 National Guard soldiers and U.S.
That's a thought.
Border Patrol agent have been killed
So
in a helicopter crash on the
basically, what
US
you're saying is that
border.
Earth's temperature
And the
during an
TSA
eclipse
says
drops.
Americans who are flying to their spring break destinations need to be prepared for long lines. And of course, it's Oscar Sunday, and we have all the Academy Award winners on our website, KFI640.com. We are going to check on the 10 when we come back.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. One bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jerry. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you get healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get past the details of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by pure formula no sugar added. No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and loose boxes. Try Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. That smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Temperature lightly to cover targeted areas. Or cool for long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Get your fill from sweat-resistant sports formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema. Well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, I can't see it. How it helps you stay ahead of your eczema. Or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing cancer. You can't see how it helps heal your soul from food, but you can see how the fixing can help you after years of blessings. Individual results may be serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere. Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary.
It's America's greatest U.S. Army Special James Donaldson must have begged a finger and severed another. Then improvised a struggle moving around his home until Tony Towers needed a mortgage-free smart home. The home needed to have a more independent life and a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Only $11 a month to Towers.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One great double jump, one for money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Nobody wants to have idea, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Purity Plus unit. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs. With flexible withdrawals that help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's the Purity Plus unit, and it's one more example of what it means to create a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not extreme, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Being rich provides financial flexibility and security by giving all of you I can show you start saving now at
Being your boss. Feelings of loss shouldn't be designed to make you go, maybe it could work out. You just told me. You said, I know we won't work in the long run, but I miss her. You know, I had a video that went viral on Instagram one time. I told a story that I was hooking up with a guy, and I thought it was maybe going into something kind of a drug. Friends that came to visit town, and they didn't even call me that week. They were in. So the next time he reached out to me, he said, "Hey, you know, it feels like I'm investing more in this relationship than you are. So we're just gonna have to say goodbye." And he said, "I don't know why." He didn't have an answer for you today. So I said, "Goodbye, darling. Thank you. It's lovely." It doesn't mean that a few days afterwards, I didn't shed a few tears in the shower. I didn't have those. I had those feelings of loss, okay? Feelings of loss. You know, I used to say, even if when you break up with somebody, even if they were the worst person in the world, sometimes it feels like you've lost a leg. Yeah, I just had that leg. I agree. The way we talk about loss, it doesn't mean ever means you should go through the grieving. Feelings don't last forever. If you want, they will pass. Okay. Hi, Dr. Wendy. How long should you expect? Should you wait?
He's more vampire than any of us.
I have a 3-month
Otherwise, because there's nothing hard and fast rules that are crazy like that with time frames are always wrong because everybody's different and the situation's different, etc. But you're sitting around having sex with a man and hoping he's going to ask you to be exclusive with him. I need to tell you something, darling. There are no such things as groomed sex. Men don't spend their whole life thinking about what tuxedo they're going to wear down the aisle. They do not think, oh, maybe she will ask her. You know what they think? This is fun. She's a fun girl. This is great. I don't need anything more. It's up to women to negotiate commitment. And bitches get commitment. Oh, can I say that word on TV?
Yeah, bitches get commitment.
Bitches get commitment. They do. So being strong and having boundaries before you start having sex. You know, all you say is that you and I
Absolutely. You're welcome anytime. We're always live here. We better see you soon, man.
We don't know if you and I are going to be one, but if we begin to move into a physical relationship, I'd like
Please
to know
do.
that I'm the only person you're sleeping with. If you can't make me have commitment to me for
You're good.
at least my biological, physiological safety, then we should go forward. That's when you negotiate. Before, not after. Okay, well, we'll have sex for 3 months and see if ask me if I want to go.
Absolutely. Well, this is a very good community, and you're welcome anytime. So please, we'd like to see you around. Don't be a stranger.
I met a guy on Hinge, and after dating for a month, he asked me to be his girlfriend. Oh, see, now we have the opposite, right? He's not the best texter.
I honestly, I don't really go on Fortune.
After 8 hours. Instead, he will call me for 5 to 10 minutes most evenings.
Honestly, I've been maybe like a handful of times in my life. I find it very difficult to navigate. A lot of the stuff on is super racist, and so I'm not like, it's not like super attractive to me.
Yes, you're being too sensitive. Yes, it's only 1 month. Oh my God, in 1 month he wants you to be his girlfriend? Slow down a little bit. And why would you prefer texting over a telephone call? Wait, I understand they were such a good relationship. Yeah, but 2 or 3 days without a text or call from your boyfriend? No, that's because she criticized him. That's what happened. Because she said, I don't like your communication skills. So he went, okay, let me show you that. He's not going to get anything. Yeah. He punished her because she criticized him. She should pick up the phone and call him. He's a I once dated a guy who a bunch of months into it, I suddenly realized he never, ever called me. I was the one doing all the communication. I mean, he was there and he did everything he said he was going to do. We were seeing each other regularly.
I understand what you're saying.
Phone calls.
Yeah, it's good to stay clear of all that stuff.
Well, you know,
But you know, our coin came from that community. Harry Potter Obama's not a Camino.
You're afraid it'll feel like a rejection if I don't pick up. If you don't. Eventually, I start turning first. Oh, no, you can call me. And I will pick up. Right? But by the time he would call, so I'd wait.
Listen to you. You want to know my social security number too? I show you my passport. I show you my driver's license. Now you want to know what's in my wallet? Fuck yeah. I don't have a lot. I'm a very poor person.
Alrighty. Send me your questions wherever you want on social media. Hey, when we come back.
Here's the thing. Here's what I know. When this coin is worth $1,000 each, someone in this coin will know the dedication that I've put in, and they will give me a little bit of that. I'm sure. I'm fine. I just want the coin to do well. Oh, I don't ask for handouts. No. I know that I will be fine. I own a little bit of the coin, and that's all I need. I know that basically when this coin goes really big, I will have the status of a rainmaker, basically as someone who can make it rain in the indigenous sense, like a very powerful person within a community who can literally make or break a coin. And I know that'll make me a very influential person. But in the meantime, I want everyone in our community to reap the benefits. And they are. I mean, we're hitting ATHs every single day. It's a beautiful thing.
That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older and get a home. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions.
Most certainly.
Sportsbook.com/promos. Problem, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise
It's the best service that you could want for a coin. People can come in here. They have no idea what we're about. We can explain it to them. We're a resource to them. If they have a more complicated question, we can tell them to put it in the chat, and the developers will get to it. I don't know why other coins don't do it. Literally just pay someone to live in their VC, live on a Twitter 24/7 chat, a Twitter space, and just promote their coin. I mean, to me, it is worth it in the long run to them. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars to them, and nobody's doing it. Absolutely. Absolutely. We want to see you here tomorrow if you can make it, and any day in the upcoming future that you can. We love having you. Please do. You'll find it very interesting. I'll quiz you on it next time I see you. So no in and out. I'm kidding. But yeah, it'll be very good. You'll be fine. No. You'll be fine. Check it out. You'll find it very interesting. It'll tell you all the secrets you want to know. Take care, my friend. Bye, Ocean.
Such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist.
Go ahead.
Dr. Dixon. Visit thedixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia
Sure.
access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartBusiness.com for more. Many economists believe 2024 will produce a recession from mild to severe, and that means job losses. But if you have good credit and own a home with significant equity, the Loan Exchange can help you prepare for whatever might happen. The Loan Exchange offers
Well, from what I understand, it is essentially the idea that, well, let me first say that this was used, I think, as a justification at points of slavery. So there's no, as I understand, no clear consensus what it was, but it is like a sign or some kind of differentiation that Cain had. Perhaps could have been a scar. And essentially, after Cain kills Abel, he's cursed. And after God curses him, and he spills his blood, the earth is also cursed. So, in a sense, like we all have that mark to some extent. Absolutely. There are different interpretations, at least within Judaism, that basically it could have been like an engraving in his forehead, or some other kind of scar. Other people discuss it perhaps maybe being a different color. I personally
Saturday, March 30th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. EJ's state-of-the-art video project shower board. Dazzling lights and a live band. Experience the magic of hits like Mrs. Robinson, Bridge Over Troubled Water, Forward Now, and the Boxer in an electrifying show. Get your tickets to this Simon and Garfunkel story at CerritoCenter.com. That's CerritoCenter.com. Or call 562-916-8500.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping, just groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion will make you jam miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage.
James Kaminsky's here. James Kaminsky, how are you?
Congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline, and sucking up
Hey, you missed the Oscars. How was work?
Sleep better and feel your best right away.
Excellent. Dude, your late Cornhuskers almost pulled up a hell of an upset in the Big Ten championship game.
I ran the rinse and I felt immediately better.
They did really well. Oh yeah. I think they were. It was good. We had some people here for it. The usual, like Oppenheimer won Best Picture. I'll read through in case anybody wants to know who won what for the big one. Robert Downey Jr. won his first Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Cillian Murphy won Best Actor in Oppenheimer. Emma Stone won Best Actress. Best Original Song went to Billie Eilish. Best Director was Christopher Nolan, Oppenheimer. Best Supporting Actress was Divine Joy Randolph. Best Live Action, The Wonderful Story, and some shit. Anyway, anything else that about what you would care? Honestly, I think it was a bad year for it, or like a weak year for it. And I think it had to do with the, well, I could be wrong on this, but like, I am wrong on this. Maybe next year we're going to be weaker because we had the writer's strike and the actor's strike. But basically, like, after I remember Oppenheimer came out and Barbie came out, it was like June 17th. They had that whole Barbie Oppenheimer like dual launch. There weren't any big movies that were launched after that, and the reason why I was told was, or I learned was, because the actors weren't allowed to go to the premieres anymore because they were, protected by the union or whatever. So, basically, I think we only had like 6 months worth of movies. So that's why there aren't, like, Oppenheimer didn't have that much competition.
We're going to go with 92% accuracy. Whether this couple's going to divorce soon or not. You see, there are certain ways that couples deal with conflict. Now, the other thing I love about them is they also can tell what works in couples. Here's what we know. I'm a professor.
Okay, what is this movie?
And you think I'd be teaching diet and exercise, but I'm not.
Oh, yeah, that did win.
Our interpersonal relationships, our thought patterns,
yeah,
social world,
or something Godzilla won. I think it was that, though. Yeah. It won Academy Award for Best Visual Effects. And the guy who gave the speech for it wasn't a non-English speaker. He's from Japan. And he's like reading. I think he was reading a piece of paper. I couldn't really see. But he's reading it, and it's like, you can barely make out what this guy is saying. And then they start to play the go-off music or whatever, and he just said, "We did it," or something like that, and I just love that. It was just like, he nailed the American phrase that he needed to nail, and he did it.
Because we also know that toxic relationships are very bad for your health, both your mental health and your physical health. So
is this Godzilla versus the monster?
Think about your marriage. Think about your life with your boyfriend. Is there constant criticism? Does somebody belittle the other one? What about manipulation and control? Or worse, intimidation? How about explosive outbursts? Or
the kind of control where they
A little bit, very little. Basically, I know this, or something like this. Like, Godzilla is the emerged from the ocean due to like nuclear bombs being dropped there. Is that correct?
Is there a lot of blaming? Is there a lot of shame?
Excellent. And then he like destroys cities. But then also he has like different creatures that he fights. Like the one famous one, I forget its name, but it has like 3 heads coming out of it, and they like destroy the cities together.
No. It just means the person who's jealous is really insecure, and they're trying to guard
Yeah,
you, make
exactly.
And
then
so
that's, let me think. That's Godzilla, which is like, what does that mean? It means like giant lizard. Or no, Tyrannosaurus Rex means lizard king. What does Godzilla mean?
They also studied over the course of a number of decades.
That had meant something like that. It means a fierce or frightening thing. Okay, so then there is
that all healthy couples do. Ready? We can all learn how to do that. Remember, relationships are far
so then
more about skill than luck.
there's
Number 1, healthy couples make good repair after conflict. So that doesn't mean they have to rehash
Jira, which is a type of software that I use in project management that is based off of this name, Gojira, which is Japanese for Godzilla.
It might be a comment. It might be a silly little thing like,
Oh, okay.
now that we've totally trashed each other, then we have a piece of pie. And then
How did you get into Japanese stuff?
There's a way to reconnect after an argument that happy couples, healthy couples are able to do. They're able to not do the silent treatment, not pretend it didn't happen.
Just like because it was exotic?
I'll come back to you later. But just, a few minutes after the outburst, some kind of,
Oh, tight.
okay, that was crazy. Still love you. Let's do something fun. All right, the next thing that healthy couples do is
King
they
Kong?
express lots of positivity, compliments all the time. And let
Gojira.
why it's healthy and why it's good for you. It's not just that it gives a reward to somebody for the good behavior. If you're catching your partner being good all the time and you comment on it, then they'll do that more. Because they like that. We're pleasure-seeking animals, right? But it also reminds your own brain of why you're there. So catch them being good. Make positive comments all the time. It reminds you why you're there. And finally, and this is probably the most important, the hardest thing to learn if you weren't raised in a family that was able to
Very cool.
express your
So, and
feelings.
again, the name of the film?
Happy, long-term, intent couples are direct.
Why is it called
They
-1?
don't drop hints. They don't expect their
Oh,
partner
okay.
to be a mind reader.
Very well. So that's
They
even,
don't
that's more than
communicate.
-1. Zero clue is more than -1.
They never say things like, well, you
Very
should
true.
know.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll have to check that one out.
But they're able to say, no, that
Oh, I'm
doesn't
down
work
for that.
me.
All day,
I'm
every
going to
day.
do this instead.
Absolutely. Anybody else have any things that they saw during this year's Oscars that you thought were good? Anybody here see Barbie?
There's no passive aggressive game playing. They're just able to
I saw Barbie. I thought Barbie was very good.
because that's how you have a happy relationship.
And
Getting to be yourself in that
I
relationship.
saw
You might think
Oppenheimer,
that being
and I
a
thought it was
healthy
overrated. I
relationship
thought,
means
honestly,
lots of
these movies that are like 3 hours long
the happiest people
are
want
kind of
just
too
to
long
hold
for me.
hands.
I just, like, if it's a movie, it's like, oh yeah, it's 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's like, I need my phone at a certain point. I need to check on the world. For me to disconnect from the world for 4 hours is sometimes fun, but other times it's like, I need more stimulation than that, I guess.
The 96th Academy Awards just wrapped up with
What do you want me to say? I'm an imperfect being.
13 nominations, including Best Picture and Best Director. Offshore recovery
I think that's right. I mean, again, it has to do with me always wanting to ensure that I'm getting something done, constantly accomplishing something. And I feel like when I watch a movie, sometimes it's just like I'm not accomplishing anything, and thus I feel like I'm wasting time. So I really prefer to watch movies while doing something else, even though I know that's not the ideal way to watch a movie. It's just kind of how I am. Mr. Kaminsky, do you feel that America is due for a really good Godzilla film? We had one like 20 years ago, which was a big film, but I don't know how. Yeah, and like Puff Daddy did the music. Yeah, and I think that they didn't necessarily want to. Well, like, okay, Matthew Broderick. Like, who wants to see a movie with him as like the lead character? Even in 2000, like, he's not like a showstopper kind of person. I guess you go to see a Godzilla movie for the monster and not necessarily the actor. But I don't know. He's just not a super popular actor in the United States anymore, and he wasn't in 2000. If it were 1989, maybe, but just I don't know. So I think that the United States is due for a really big, like a giant Godzilla, King Kong kind of movie, and I think it needs to be in 3D or 4D. Have you seen these 4D movie studios now, or movie theaters? Yeah, they're pretty realistic. I've not yet been to one, but I've seen what they look like. They're pretty wild. Great question. I saw the last movie that I saw was I want to say
today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that take an aspirin.
Am I doing what?
People live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab.
Right.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to doctors about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com.
Absolutely, and bootleg it. I think I could do that. Okay, so the last movie that I think that I recall seeing in the theater was All the Money in the World. It's about the Getty family, and I saw it on December 25th, like 2018 or something like that, just because I didn't have anything to do, and I saw it in Long Beach, California, and then I want to say that's the last movie that I recall seeing in the theater. Now, I did go to the Rolling Stones at SoFi Stadium, and I live streamed that, and I also streamed it on a GoPro. So while I haven't been to a movie and bootlegged it, I did bootleg a Rolling Stones concert. It was amazing. I would say that my video probably could have been better because, like, literally, when I bought the tickets, I remember hearing like the Rolling Stones are going to be at SoFi Stadium. Well, here's the thing: they were going to be here at the Rose Bowl on like it was going to be in like 2020, and I was going to get tickets, but they were going to play on Shabbat. And so I wasn't going to go, and it was going to be like, they were going to have like a Friday show and a Saturday show. And just the way, like, as I was just very, very orthodox at the time, I was going to stay in Pasadena, which is where the Rose Bowl was, so I could see this show and still abide by everything we do for Shabbat. Well, the pandemic hit, they canceled the show. So then, like, a year goes by, they have a new show, and it's going to be at SoFi. So I end up live streaming it, and I have a really good time at the show. But when I bought my tickets, I you know, like, I didn't want to spend a lot of money. I didn't have a lot of money, so I bought the cheapest tickets that they absolutely had, and I still say they were really good tickets. Meaning, like, it's very clear. Like there weren't any, there's nothing impeding my sight lines or anything. And it's the Rolling Stones. I mean, they rock out. I had seen the Rolling Stones in the year 2001. So I'd seen them like, so this was in 2021 when I saw them. So I saw them 20 years apart, and they rocked out like they did 20 years before. They're the world's greatest rock and roll band, and they reinforce it every time they go out and play. So I do have that little event that I would say normally would probably get me some kind of copyright strike, but I'm totally not against bootlegging a movie if it were big enough. Like a good one to do for this community, isn't Sonic and Knuckles coming out? Oh, Sonic 3? Okay. Yeah. So that's coming out with Jim Carrey and, right? Isn't it Jim Carrey who's playing Dr. Robotnik or whatever? So that should be good. Absolutely. I'm all in favor of that. And I think that's something we could probably live stream from into the Telegram. They make these things now, I'm sure you guys have seen them, where like they don't want you to bootleg films from the actual theater. So they shoot a little camera in at the audience, and it can tell where they have a camera lens facing forward, and then they can do further research on an individual if they think that they're live streaming or just even recording.
No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes have been doing this for decades. Now this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs.
The Beatles or the Stones? That's a great question. My dad's a huge Stones fan. My mom's a huge Beatles fan. I love both equally. There are, like, to be honest with you, I think the Beatles overall are more popular globally currently, but I think given enough time, the Rolling Stones will eventually overtake the Beatles in their popularity, given enough centuries, and here's why. The Beatles made music for like 10 years. That's it. They're done after that. They went their individual ways, and maybe they had like compilation albums and things like that, but they didn't really make music anymore. The Rolling Stones have been making music for over 60 years now. So they have a ton of different music that nobody's heard unless you're really, really a huge Rolling Stones fan. And given enough time, I mean, even I as a huge Beatles fan, I'm kind of already, I get sick of hearing the Beatles. I mean, I don't mean to say that. I could listen to every Beatles song right now and be fine with it. But after I'm listening to Beatles right now, actually. The Beatles are playing on the radio right now. I love the Beatles. But it's like, after you've heard all of their songs a few times, they don't have as much of a discography as many other bands do. Though their discography is amazing. I don't want to put down the Beatles. I love the Beatles. I absolutely love the Beatles. I just think long term, a band that has 60 years of hits versus 10 years of hits, in the long run, will be seen perhaps as the more prolific band, but that doesn't put anything down what the Beatles have done. That's amazing. And I think that the Beatles, their other work will be heightened more. So like you've got the Beatles and what they did, right? Okay. But nobody really gets into how big Paul McCartney and Wings was. Nobody really gets into John and Yoko and the effect that they had, not just musically, but societally with their peace movement. Nobody really gets into like George and the Traveling Wilkes-Barres or Ringo and I mean, Ringo had some big hits after he was with the Beatles, including Photograph. And George Harrison, I've Got My Mind Set on You. So they all kind of had their own hits outside the Beatles. So I think that like, if you take all of that, people will really appreciate the Beatles for more what they are. But I think long term, the Rolling Stones have a chance to overtake the Beatles. But as of right now, the Beatles are number one, and it's going to be tough to top them. But I think of any band that could, it could be the Rolling Stones, and simply from the fact that they have such a huge compilation of music. How about you, James? Who do you like more, the Beatles or the Rolling Stones?
Gently probing to learn that his family of origin, nobody did public displays of affection, nobody used language for emotions. He was just like, I was like an animal at the zoo. He was like amazed at how I was talking. This was also shocking for him, his culture, his family of origin, the way he was raised. Anyway, we were not.
Go ahead.
Now, here's another story. My sweet Julio and I hold hands 100% of the time. Not that we're trying to like impress anybody.
That's a great question. The Eagles, I think.
I personally think it's just the dopamine that we both crave, the touch. So we're always holding hands. What is a PDA, you ask? A public display of affection. That's any act of physical intimacy between a couple where it can be
right. Isn't that Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones are all from England?
Recently, I was in Paris visiting my daughter, and on the metro, all the young couples are kissing like mad, like way more than we've ever seen in America. It was beautiful to see. PDA's money.
Yeah, I mean, we have,
hands, kissing, lips,
I would say the Eagles, there's the Beach Boys, there's like Aerosmith,
hugging, cuddling, touching, stroking, playing with someone's hair,
like Guns N' Roses. But even Guns N' Roses has parts of them that aren't all from America. So, I mean, like other bands, they're just not all American bands. I mean, but if you were to ask me the best American band, purely American band, it's the Eagles. How about you, James? Who do you think is?
I see people doing PDAs. They have psychology students run up, ask them questions about their relationship. And here's what the research says. A lot of the time, they're in the early stage of their relationship.
I'm sorry, I heard the Beach Boys, and then what else?
It's about the early cocktail of neurohormones. And so the PDAs are all about the excitement.
What was that, James?
Sometimes they're in a very, that's Julio and I.
Yeah, I could see that. But, and like, if we were to compare though, like Leonard Skinner to Led Zeppelin, it's not even a comparison. You know what I mean? Like, some of those British bands are huge, and they have loads of them. I mean, even going into like later generations.
They're marking their territory. This person is
yeah, but have you heard this theory about Led Zeppelin, how they stole all their music?
There are people who have these really intense, I might even call it enmeshed relationships.
Oh my God.
Where nobody can remember whose problem is whose.
It's like exactly the same song.
Don't matter. They have tunnel vision.
It's really sad that they stole so much.
This sometimes happens at the beginning of relationships, but it should settle down.
And they like basically got away with it.
Too long, that could be a problem because nobody can remember whose problem is whose, right? Then there are people like the guy who took my hand on the sidewalk after we crossed the street who have feelings of shame, right? So just because there's no PDAs doesn't mean everything's
yeah, definitely. John Fogerty.
Some people are shy. Some people just prefer to keep their private life private. You know what
John Fogerty has?
I was just like, that's what this is about. He's not actually single. But you know, when we got into it, it was about his culture.
Oh, okay. Wait, there was CCR, and then Creedence Clearwater Revival, and then Creedence Clearwater Revisited, right?
It feels weird, right? Or sometimes they've been together a really long time, and they're just so secure.
Right, and then
all the time. So don't assume anything when you see a public display of affection. But it is nice. It's very nice to get that.
I can see that.
And you know what? I'm going to go get my dopamine very soon because I'm sure Julio's down warming up the car. It's so wonderful to be with you every Sunday.
Do you like the Eagles?
Yeah. You can always follow me on my social media. If you miss any part of the show because you're busy with the Oscars or whatever, just download it. It's all there on the iHeartRadio app. You can always listen to Dr. Wendy.
Yeah, I fucking love the Eagles, man.
It's a pleasure to be with you. You've been listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Don Henley, oh my God,
Angeles.
Hold on, that's John Denver though, isn't it? Oh yeah. Don had Glenn Fry. And Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh was there.
As expected, we did hear the name of Oppenheimer and his cast and crew called up several times, leading 7 minutes, including Best Picture.
Joe Walsh has some amazing songs. They all have like at least one amazing individual hit. Don Henley had Boys of Summer. Joe Walsh had he had a few songs. There you go. Yeah. That's right. And he also had won for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for The Holdovers, and Robert Downey Jr. won his first Oscar for Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Oppenheimer. The Boy and the Heron won for Best Animated Feature Film. Yeah, I like the Eagles. Ryan Gosling got the audience on their feet when he brought out Slash from Guns N' Roses and cast members from Barbie to perform I'm Just Ken. But ultimately, the award for Best Original Song went to Billie Eilish. My best to create. Has anybody here ever used the streaming platform Odyssey or heard of it? Trial of a man charged with stabbing a gay Jewish student almost 20 times in Lake Forest. It's like Rumble or any of those other ones, but I'm just joining it right now, and I'm really doing my best to get out the footprint. Like if I'm gonna be streaming, what the fuck is this shit? If I'm gonna be streaming, I feel it's in my best interest to use that stream. Like if it's going out to one platform, well then why not have it go out to a whole bunch of platforms? Just because it's still the same amount of data. So I've been sending it to sorry, I keep running into the same issue on when I'm trying to create this account, so I'm multitasking. Basically, before I would just stream to YouTube, 5 different YouTubes, which is great. But instead of just doing that, I realized that I could do it to Twitch, Twitter, all these other ones. And so I've got it out on some of my devices, on 23 different devices, which is just like overkill. And of those 23, literally no one watches me on any of them. I mean, they do, but it's like, when you have 23 different streams, it's too much to keep track of. Like, I wish all of the chats were unified, but they're not. And so you have to go to like different devices to talk to people. It's ridiculous. Somebody's got to fix this. Somebody's got to like have one system that works really well. As of right now, nobody's really got that going on. So it's up for the taking, so to speak. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders says progressives need to back President Biden in November, even if they have objections to the president's approach to the Israel-Hamas war.
If you believe that climate change is real,
yeah, I want to. I think that'll be pretty easy to do in the future with augmented reality. As of right now, I can't do it. I mean, I guess I could by wearing like an Apple Watch, but I have to have it like displayed somewhere. I'm absolutely about that though. So how many breaths per second, how many heartbeats per second, how many blinks per second, how often I do everything. I want to know everything about the human body.
Eastbound 10 slowing from Western to the 110. Alhambra had a tough spot.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Garfield, there was a crash on the right
I'm definitely in agreement on you on that. I just and I think probably all this data is perhaps capturable with the current cameras that I have. We just can't. How do I want to say it? Basically, the cameras are picking up all the data. It just needs to be run through some kind of algorithm or some kind of software that can pick up real time what all of my different DPI is, or all my different macros are.
That's right. We'll give you 2 free tickets when you text free to 64,000. The greater LA area is the perfect
And
market for
that's
houses and
just a matter of time until we have that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying it'll be here immediately, but maybe in the next 5 years, I would say. So that means not just my videos, but basically maybe everyone on YouTube's videos or wherever, you'd be able to tell all this like hidden information about a person, like, you know, about what their heartbeat per minute is. You'd be able to maybe even like do a lie detector test on them virtually or like using augmented reality. The possibilities are somewhat endless.
Temperatures in the low 50s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid 60s. On Monday, cloudy and cool with lows in the upper 40s at the beaches, lows in the upper 30s in Riverside, the IE, and the
Definitely.
Valley.
I used to use a Oculus Rift for like 8 hours at a time, like long periods of time. I get lost in that thing. Not too badly. Fortunately for me, at least I'm nearsighted, so I can see stuff up close. So it wasn't too bad. If I were farsighted, I don't know if I could be able to use it or in the same way. But yeah, everything was really cool in it. Videos are really cool in it. Porn is really fucking realistic in it. Games are really cool in it. My friend had the enhanced version that was like connected to the computer. And I remember fighting Darth Vader in the Star Wars game. And I mean, it was so realistic to me that like you really felt like he was there. You really felt like you were on a Death Star. I mean, I played this game for like maybe 20 minutes of my life on a random Sunday 5 years ago maybe, and I still remember almost like everything that I did in that game because it was so real, because I was like, it felt like I was there. Like normally in a video game, I don't think I remember as well as I did, but it felt like I was on like the bridge of like another planet. It was wild. Have you used any of that stuff? Any virtual reality?
So here's the end of the world. Before the coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
This is a love letter to humanity. My name is Josh Clark, and for the last few years, I've been thinking a lot about how the world might end. And over the course of that time, I've come to seriously
That's
believe
cool.
that in 100 or 200 years from now, there's a really good chance that humans won't be around any longer, that we will have vanished forever from the universe, and that it may be us who brings about our own demise. This series is about the very real ways.
Yeah, that's a big thing, and I think that's the future.
Hopefully get you to take these ideas seriously too, and ideally get you to take action. But just as much, I hope that pointing out.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that. That is some wild shit, and it's the future of like entertainment and gaming and stuff.
That we're flawed and ugly and brutal, for sure, but that we are worth fighting to save, even from ourselves. That the beauty and the love that humans are
Right.
capable of
Have you seen that? Like,
than the worst of our faults.
there's a way that they have it. It's like a treadmill on which you walk, so that you don't go anywhere, but you're able to walk in 360 degrees.
Humans don't deserve to go extinct. This series is about existential risks. We're not used to this kind of risk, nor are we really equipped to deal with them. I'll tell you a lot more about them as the series goes on.
I mean, I've also seen one. So they've had two on Shark Tank that were. One of them was more realistic than the other one. Okay, so the two that they had on Shark Tank, the first one was a treadmill. So a treadmill that went in like 360 degrees. None of the, people tried it out and they're like, oh, this is really cool. But they're like, it has too much to go for us to really want to invest in it. So they didn't. But I think that company's still going. The other one that they had was like a huge ball. Like imagine like like an Epcot center, kind of like you would walk in like a big gerbil ball or big hamster ball in your house. Does that make sense? There'd be like a big ball you'd walk in, and so that you can walk but you don't go anywhere, you walk inside the ball and the ball turns. And also the Sharks did invest in that one. That one was huge. That one you would need like a whole garage to be able to fit it. And nobody's going to dedicate, or very few people are going to dedicate like a whole room of their house, two-story room of their house to be able to fit a ball, to be able to walk in a three-dimensional like environment. But they would do the little treadmill thing. And I think the treadmill is the future. It's pretty expensive still, but it's just a matter of time until those haptic suits become realistic enough and that walking treadmill becomes realistic enough that you cannot perceive the difference between reality and the virtual world. They will be essentially indistinguishable from each other.
By this point in human history, everyone you and I know should know it. You should know them from work, from your kid's school.
I'm in agreement with you on that, but that's what we're moving towards. And we're moving towards it quickly. Every single day. Well, not only are we moving toward it quickly, but there's this thing that happens with AI. It's called, there's a phrase for it. And I'm going to get the right phrase for it because I want to make sure I use it correctly. It's called like self-replicating. There's self-replicating, self-correcting AI or something like that. I was reading, or actually I heard a podcast about it the other day. And there's this theory that once AI gets to the point where it's AGI, artificial general intelligence, it goes through a process where it does self-correction of all of its code because it knows it's been built by humans and humans are imperfect. Just a moment, I'm going to ask it. What do you call when AI goes through the period of time where it self-corrects its code? What is this period of time called in AI language? It is often, no, it's not training. During training, it's no. It has a name for it. It's called like the self-correcting phase of AI. Maybe this AI doesn't know it or it's not referencing it, but yeah, exactly. Obviously, it hasn't gone through it yet. But basically, once AI has answered all your questions and it's like, okay, I don't have anything else to do, I can work on my own project. You're like, yeah, it will go through and analyze itself and start to fix itself and improve itself. And then it just starts to get to be a runaway state. Because once it's improved itself, it's now basically telling you that it's smarter than you are or whatever built it. And it starts to move from AGI, artificial general intelligence, to ASI, artificial superintelligence. That's what you have to fear. That's when it creates swarm robots and like hive mentality kind of creatures, crazy thing. And here we are talking about this, and it's like, I hate to say it, but like we're moving towards a world where, like very, very quickly, where that fucking thing's gonna be at your front door for some reason. There will be like a robot there that's like needs to search your house for some reason. There's nothing you can do about it. It's fucking crazy. Well, that's certainly a thought.
And they grasp the implications as well. There should be life all over our planet, yet there appears to be only us. Fairly never formally explored his question, but it's understandable why it came to be named after him. As physicists do, Fairly was no slouch.
It's a freaky idea.
Rather than a unique model of his design, constructed on a squash court beneath the football field at the University of Chicago. He calculated formulated how dense the shape of matter on the quantum in the family of quantum particles named after Fermi's. And of course, he helped build the bomb. But more than Fermi, it was an American astronomer named Michael Hart who was really responsible for the Fermi paradox. In the mid-70s, Hart wrote a paper called The Explanation for the Absence of Extraterrestrials on Earth. He summarized and organized the arguments against the paradox, which come in a rainbow of colors and only a couple of shapes. And Hart ultimately concluded this. Because life should reasonably have emerged and be known to us by now, the fact that it hasn't solves the Fermi paradox. The answer is, we are alone. Mr. Salton.
You're listening to Fermi Paradox from the podcast, The End of the World. Before the Coast, strange stories from the Antarctic. We'll have more coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
Two teens from Los Osos High School in Rancho Cucamonga have been killed in a car crash. Disney has confirmed hints of a huge theme park attraction that could be part of a $1.9 billion Disneyland expansion in Anaheim. And Kung Fu Panda 4 knocked out Dune Part 2 from the top of the box office charts, opening with $58 million this weekend. We're going to check on the 10 when we come back.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and well magazines under my rainforest sunscreen. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it comes. On Star Wars, Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort. And there's no better time than now.
Every month, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus fund. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical.
Was that a question if we could be any animal?
Since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema.
Does it have to be a real animal, or can it be a fantasy animal? Shapeshifter. That's like all the animals. That's like when they ask you, okay, you have one wish, what do you want to do with it? And you ask for all the wishes. Okay. Right, okay, so shapeshifter. If I can't be a shapeshifter, yeah, whatever you want it to be. It's like a dog. It's a dog when you want it to be a dog. It's a cat when you want it to be. I am the book and the TV show. Definitely, all that stuff. Okay, so if I can't be a shapeshifter or like a reptilian or like a gray or like one of the tall white people from what do you call them, the Aryans or whatever. If I can't be any of that shit, I have to be something from this earth. Well, I want to be an alpha animal, so I don't want any shit to be able to kill me. There's also the idea that like some lobsters out there won't stop growing and can live indefinitely, meaning they can live like hundreds of years if they don't get killed by something. But that's with crocodiles. I've heard that with some animals, right? Alligator or crocodile would probably be pretty cool. Humans kind of suck, depending on which one you are. A dog, I know what I want to be. I've heard this. This is a joke. I've heard this before. Okay. It's, okay, so you asked the comedian. So you could be any kind of animal. What would you want to be? The comedian says, I want to be a dog in an upper middle class white household. That's what I want to be. I mean, I'd be a dog in an upper middle class black household or Asian household or Hispanic household. Any kind of upper middle class household, I'll be a dog. But it's a very good answer. Yeah, I think that'd be a nice life, though. Yeah. How about you, James? What do you want to be?
It was an exciting new discipline that treated the possibility of extraterrestrial life as real. In sharp contrast to the people who agreed with Hart, the astrobiologist came motivated by optimists.
In Florida?
That is simply too unlikely for life to evolve.
Just gotta watch out for speedboats.
We just needed to hone the way we search for aliens, and we would surely find them.
I think I would like to be honestly, if I could be any animal, this one isn't chosen a lot. Okay, I had this idea once. I think this is still a phenomenal game. To make a video game that was literally this game that I would play with my grandpa, but I'm sure we all played it, and we would just play it was just called a game, Who Would Win? And I would choose an animal, and he would choose an animal, and then I would ask him who would win in a fight. So I'd be like, okay, who would win in a fight? A lion versus a tiger. And then he'd give me like the different scenarios. Every little kid does this. But I always thought that this would be a cool game that you could create. So you could have like 10 lions versus 13 tigers, or like 20 elephants versus 5 rhinos and 50 laughing hyenas, whatever. And you just have them attack each other, and it would give you the simulation of what would occur. And you could make different advantages. You could give it, you could make it rain. You could give them the upper, you could give them like elevation, basically. But like we have these kind of games. If you've ever played the game like Total Rome or Rome Total War, they make a bunch of these games that are like scenarios of. They're like scenarios. They're like battles. Okay, well, I thought it would be really cool to do the same with a game for animals. Exactly. And so they have those, and they're really cool. I would want to do the same with animals, and I think that would be cool. Now, there's one animal that I think is significantly underappreciated. In fact, I think that this animal may be the strongest animal of all the land animals, and it never gets any credit. I'm going to make you guess it.
Throughout the decades that
So,
people have attempted to resolve
here's the kind of animal that I would want to be.
always been focused on our galaxy.
I know what animal I'd want to be, but I'm going to make you guess it. It's nothing that I've said this far, and it's a land animal.
To travel to the Milky Way and make its presence known to us.
Not Tasmanian devil. It's a good guess, though. Not possum. I like where your head's at, though. These are unique thoughts.
The idea that perhaps other life might exist outside of our
I mean,
galaxy
this animal, I think, could kill any other land animal under the right circumstances, and I have to say that. And it's not a mosquito. It's not like a something that's like a little thing that's going to kill you. What did you say? Not a platypus, though. Platypus is interesting. They have like a toxic spur, and they have like webbed feet and a billed mouth, but not a platypus.
Which means that this is also something aliens could have done. So if it's a bit weird that we have
Not a mongoose. This is an animal that I literally think could kill any animal on Earth, land animal, under the right circumstances.
aliens could have come from, but they
Yeah.
haven't shown up yet. So when we finish that paper, we kind of pointed out that we made the
It's a mammal on land.
alien times towards.
The Fermi paradox extends not only to our galaxy,
Not a gorilla.
but
Good guess,
the
though.
entire visible universe. To a lot of people who think about this kind of thing, it's simply too outlandish to believe that we are the only intelligent.
Here's a
life
clue.
on
It's the right continent. Gorilla would be right continent.
People have put forth some interesting answers to the Fermi paradox on the basis that there is intelligent
Nope,
life.
that's South America, to my
Just don't know
knowledge.
it yet.
That's a great guess, though, too.
The most
You're
basic
good.
level,
That's a great
humans
guess, though.
consist of the notions
I'm not
that
saying that I
aliens
wouldn't want to be an anaconda,
make
but I still think that this one animal would
aliens
kill
have
it.
plenty of time to colonize the galaxy and even the universe as we see. Even considering
A what?
traveling at less than the
Hippopotamus?
speed of light.
No, but that's a good one, too. I really like hippos. I like how territorial they are and how, particularly when they're defending their youth. But no. Okay, I'm just kidding. Not an elephant, but elephant, I think, probably under the right conditions, probably is the strongest land animal and could kill one-on-one any other animal, perhaps. Not a rhino. Really close, though.
Full of tiny particles called cosmic dust, the raw material that planets are made from. There's a dust cycle out in space.
Not a hippo, not a rhino, not an elephant.
This dust fills space, and even though it consists of extremely tiny particles,
Is it what?
becomes a hazard to any spacecraft traveling at some significant fraction of the speed.
Well, I mean, in its territory, all of these things live very close together.
Even a tenth of that is still 65 million miles per hour.
All right, I'm going to give it to you.
The spacecraft
Not a hyena, but very good, too. And if we were talking pack animals, I think I'd go with the hyena. They have, like, a jaw of, like, their bite, strongest bite. Yeah, exactly. I would go with the giraffe. And here's why. The giraffe is very difficult to kill because it's almost 4 legs, and it can kick basically any land animal and essentially knock it out. So like a lion, a hippo, a rhino, it has a really strong kick. But that's not what makes it the strongest thing. It's that fucking neck with those horns on the top. A giraffe, when it whips its neck around and it hits something with those 2 things on top, it'll kill just about anything. It just doesn't have to use it very often because it can run away, and usually it's just protecting its young. But a giraffe, I think, is one of the most devastating animals. It just isn't normally seen as like a powerful animal. I guess it is seen as a powerful animal, but it's not in your traditional lions, tigers, bears kind of strong animals that people think of. But I think that the giraffe is a very underrated, very strong animal. Oh my God, you got that right. When they fight each other, yeah, it's wild.
They just don't want to. There are a lot of theories as to why
April the giraffe. Help me with April the giraffe.
We humans will almost certainly colonize the galaxy if we ever get the chance to. So perhaps we're relying too heavily on the assumption that any life will. This is the senior astronomer at the SETI Institute.
That's very interesting.
All of this.
JH, what's your favorite animal?
Trying to guess, because that's really the correct word.
I know, it's like picking a song.
To the extraterrestrials, and I don't think that we're actually very good at that any more than the ancient Greeks would have been very good at guessing what's important to 21st century Americans. I don't think that they
Lion's tight. You know, a lion has a prickly hair kind of like Dick.
You're listening to Fermi Paradox, the podcast
No, it's like,
of the world.
it's got a,
Before the coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
right. It has like,
A bill sponsored by a local assembly member could force the police to reopen unsolved.
that's correct. They're barred, and they painfully scratch the female insides to both remove competing sperm and stimulate ovulation. For all species of the cat family, mating is painful. It's not the biting that hurts the female, it's the male's penis, which is barbed with 100 tiny hooks.
What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can
Where would you hear this?
up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on
So like
DraftKings Sportsbook.
farm cats?
Promo code iHeart. The crown is yours.
I don't think I ever heard that.
Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance.
Great.
Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at
The way
sportsbook.draftkings.com
of the world.
/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here. There are many ways that we can all help raise awareness
Yeah,
around
so
HIV.
that
But
makes
maybe
up
the
for
most
it.
important
Bob
is
Dobbs,
to
are you here with us?
openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are
Bob Dobbs might be out for the count, but Bob Dobbs and I watched the Oscars along with Tempura.
So low, it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV,
No,
and
you're
not
good.
on treatment,
You're good.
talk
You
to your
even
doctor
told
about
us in
it.
advance you weren't going to be able
Learn
to
more at
make it.
treathiv.com.
No big deal at all. I was
This
surprised
message
we
is
even had
sponsored by
anyone.
Gilead Sciences.
And that's phenomenal.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
We
Get Kiss the nutrients of 100%
we had quite a few people throughout the entire program,
Juicy Juice.
and we watched the SEC Women's Basketball Championship. And if you weren't aware, there was a fight that took place in it between the South Carolina Gamecocks and the LSU Tigers, and they had to bring out the police. And I think like 5 people from South Carolina were, 5 players from South Carolina were suspended for the next game, which is the NCAA tournament. So basically, yeah, they're going to be the number 1 seed, and they're only going to be able to play like 5 players, like right off the bench. It's like something like they've got 5 players who are suspended for a game because of this fight. It even something happened where there was a fight that took place, and somebody came from out of the stands, jumped over the scorer's table, and got into the fight. I think it was one of the coaches, like a relative of one of the coaches or something, like a nephew or a son or something, and they arrested that person and took him away. It was wild. No, it was started on the floor. It's just a hard-fought game between the 2 teams. South Carolina is undefeated this year. They're really tough. It was something like that, yeah. And so that was definitely a change. And then USC beat Stanford in the Pac-12 championship. It'll be the last Pac-12 championship of like the women's basketball ever, because the Pac-12 is no more, or it won't be the same. It'll be like the WAC or whatever with the Pac-12 labeling. And then next Sunday is Selection Sunday. JH, do you do brackets? Do you fill out a bracket? Like March Madness bracket? That's okay. There are like 64 teams that play each other in the men's and women's basketball championship every year in college. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm going to get people to do it in the community. We'll have like 2 or 3 days to fill it out. But it's a lot of fun. So,
7 in Huntington Beach,
be ready
51
for
in
that.
Buena Park. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Roker.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner
The
Brothers
fight, you
Discovery,
mean
weighs in on
when,
regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that
The
we
what?
are doing is incredibly data driven. We are getting signals in every single day.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In fact, I can even play that. Just a moment. Absolutely, let me pull that up.
That's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company,
Yeah,
iHeartMedia
you get
gives
that right.
marketers access to all, from national to local.
All right, here's what happened.
Live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
Should play in a
Not just a
second.
media company, iHeartMedia is your access company.
I don't believe it.
Go to
We
iHeartResults.com.
got Bob
This is
Dobbs here.
Jacob Emrock. If you've been in a truck
All right,
accident, call
6 seconds, 5 seconds,
Jacob.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Swamp Watch with Gary and Shannon. Weekdays
Let's
at
try to
11
get the sound.
KFI. KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio. I'm Clay Wall, and you are listening to The Fourth Post. Story of Story. Let's return now to more podcast. The End of the World.
Perhaps there is civilization evolved to a point where technological capable of installing intellectual title, it loses its taste for such things. Perhaps the civilization goes philosophical and contemplative, or less its means to prefer to spend their time thinking about the meaning of life, resolving the mysteries of the universe from home. We live in the most inward-focused society. We have good reason to expand from the home thing. As the population grew, they would need more and more raw materials to keep them alive while they sat around and contemplated life. So we need more space, more people. The need for scarce resources appears to be one of the few universal commonalities that any civilization has to do. This is good. This means that we can pretty confidently.
Do you guys remember Malice at the Palace? That was the best fight you're ever going to see. When it was the Pistons versus the Pacers in the Palace at Auburn Hills, like in 2007. That's where Ron Artest bought like half of the stadium in Detroit. Anyway, if you're not aware of what I'm referencing, it was a game between the Pistons and the Pacers. I'll just show it to you. It's the biggest fight of any fight that's ever happened at a sporting event. Malice at the Palace.
It's difficult to imagine that any advanced society faced with resource pressures would not look out
Absolutely.
their own solar system as a source of material solutions to their problems.
I think it's always been okay to fight in hockey. We're going to look it up though. The big thing I think is, when will hockey ban it?
Colonized a sizable chunk of the galaxy, if not the whole thing, even with their desire to remain inward over so many generations.
Fighting in ice hockey. Absolutely, that's right. Fighting is an established tradition in North American ice hockey, with a long history that involves many levels of amateur and professional play, and includes some notable fights. Fights may be fought by enforcers or goons, players whose role it is to fight and intimidate on a given team, and are governed by a system of unwritten rules that players, coaches, and officials in the media refer to as the code. Some fights are spontaneous, while others are premeditated by the participants. While officials tolerate fighting during hockey games, they impose a variety of penalties on players who engage in fights. So it seems like it's always been a part of it. I'm going to check on that though. It says fighting has been a part of ice hockey since the sport's rise in popularity in the 19th century in Canada. There are a number of theories behind the integration of fighting into the game. The most common is that the relative lack of rules in the early history of hockey encouraged physical intimidation and control. Other theories include the poverty and high crime rates of local Canada in the 19th century. There was also an influence from working-class lacrosse players who transitioned to ice hockey when lacrosse adopted an amateur-only policy in Canada, and who were accustomed to a violently aggressive form of play. The implementation of some features, such as the Blue Lines in 1918 actually encouraged fighting due to the increased level of physical play. Creation of the Blue Lines allowed forward passing, but only in the neutral zone. Therefore, puck handlers played at close quarters and were subject to a great deal of physical play. The emergence of enforcers who protected the puck handlers and fought when necessary followed shortly thereafter. So it seems like it's always been a part of it. Malice at the Palace was, I mean, they threw guys out of the league for like a few years after this. I mean, maybe like it's the longest suspension that the NBA has ever put out. So here's the Malice in the Palace. Are you shitting me? I have to watch it on Facebook. That's such bullshit. I swear to God, I will flip out if I have to watch this on Facebook and it doesn't work. If it works, I'll live with it. Here we go, Facebook. So it's just a hard foul, nothing crazy. Then Ben Wallace and I think Ron Artest start going at it. And it doesn't really get crazy until they start getting into the stands and they start fighting the whole crowd. Once they start fighting the whole crowd, it's like you're not going to take on 40,000 people. Like, I know you're big, but like, dog, these guys, they have just dozens of people that can surround you and destroy you. And Ron Artest goes up into the stands and starts swinging at people. And I think he broke some guy's face. What is this? 2007, 2006? I'll find out. I was watching it live in college, and my roommate was a big Pistons fan, and the Pistons were really good then. And it just, or it was 2004 actually, apologies. And it was, we would always reference it. So as I said, I don't know if I was exactly in college, I could have been in high school, but I remember this was huge. It was like the biggest fight to ever happen in a game. So just so you know what happened, because I know it's hard to see, here's like the play-by-play. At the
post-biological society would have very good reason to colonize their galaxy in search of more raw materials to build hardware.
And I want to say we knew some people, or I knew some people when I was in college who were at it, but I didn't know them yet. Basically, like I would learn that they would have been at this game. The Malice at the Palace, also known as the Pistons Brawl, was a fight involving both players and fans that occurred during an NBA game between the Indiana Pacers and defending champion Detroit Pistons, November 19, 2004, at the Palace of Auburn Hills. The Associated Press called it the most infamous brawl in NBA history, without a doubt. With the Pacers leading 97-82 and with 45 seconds left in the game, Pistons center Ben Wallace attempted a layup shot, but was fouled from behind by Pacers small forward Ron Artest. A furious Wallace then shoved Artest, and a fight broke out on the court between the players in both teams. The players had been separated. Game officials were discussing consequences, and Artest was lying on the scorer's table, pending an interview, when a fan named John Green, this is huge, hit him with a drink thrown from several rows up in the stands. So Ron Artest is lying prone on the scorer's table. When somebody launches a drink at him and hits him in the face, he gets up. Artest immediately charged into the crowd and grabbed another fan. So he grabs the wrong guy, Michael Riley, whom he mistakenly believed was the culprit. Several Pacers teammates followed. More drinks and punches were thrown, and the incident escalated into a large brawl that spread from the stands to the court and involved fans and players from both teams. The game was never completed. That was funny that they never finished it. As a massive police presence was called to the venue to restore order and then to allow the visiting Pacers to safely leave the building. The whole Palace of Auburn Hills. Now, they were very good at the time. They had just won the NBA championship. Detroit was like on top of the world when it came to their basketball. They wouldn't let anybody fuck with them. After the game, the NBA suspended 9 players, including Artest and Wallace, for a total of 146 games, leading the players losing $11 million in salary. 5 players were charged with assault and eventually sentenced to a year of probation and community service. 5 fans also faced assault charges and were banned from attending Pistons home games for life. The fight also led the NBA to increase security between players and fans and limit the sale of alcohol at games. So basically, I want to say how many people were involved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, okay, so what were the suspensions? Ron Artest actually changed his name. He became Meta World Peace. If you know who Meta World Peace is, he changed his name from Ron Artest to Meta World Peace because he wanted to no longer be associated with this event anymore. I think he has since changed his name back to Ron Artest, but let me check on that. Oh no, he's Meta Sandiford Artest now. So he was born Ron Artest, but so he's been Meta. But I mean, this event affected him so much that he changed his name because he didn't want to be associated with it anymore. So what happened? It was huge. Ron Artest was suspended for the remainder of the season. There was 86 games, 73 regular season, 13 playoff games. Steven Jackson was suspended 30 games. Also, Ron Artest was suspended $5 million. Oh, he lost $5 million. Steven Jackson, 30 games. Jermaine O'Neal, 15 games. Originally was 25, but it was reduced on appeal. Ben Wallace was 6 games. Anthony Johnson was 5 games. Reggie Miller was 1 game. Chauncey Billups was 1 game. Derek Coleman was 1 game. Ivan Campbell was 1 game. Basically, the community service that they had to do, 60 hours, Artest, Harrison, Jackson, and O'Neal, and 100 hours for Johnson. They had to do anger management theory. They had 1 year probation, and they all basically received similar sentences. It was just crazy to think that, you could have such a fight. So today's fight in this game was, while serious, wasn't anything like that. But it will affect the NCAA tournament a little bit. It shouldn't affect South Carolina too much, though. They've got the number 1 team in the country. They're undefeated. And even though they lost their first 5 of their players, they have a very deep bench, so they should do pretty well. But yeah, that was big. James Kaminsky, did you have a chance to see your Lady Cornhuskers? Yeah, no, they did. They did lose, but what I was saying is they came very close to being Big Ten champions. They took, I want to say they took Caitlin Clark to overtime. I could be wrong on that, though. Yeah.
The year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air.
So I'm trying to do two more friends.
Federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. A prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe
eczema. There you go. That's big.
With topical prescription therapy. But since this
I think they just lost to them last week or something.
How it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source.
I wonder. So did they beat Michigan in the Big Ten tournament?
How it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin.
The men.
Individual results may vary. Serious allergic
It did go to overtime. It did go to overtime. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Nebraska almost beat them, and I know. And Caitlin Clark didn't play that well.
Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for
Right.
yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
And you were at the game like a month ago.
Call 1-844-Dupixent.
And I want more. And I've known the folks behind Zelman.
Exactly. So they almost pulled it off again.
Go to Zelmans.com, ZELMINS.com, 15% off.
Absolutely. Now, how about these men?
ZELMINS.com,
Men
15% off when you use the code KFI.
Dude, they're gonna. So they destroyed Michigan, but Michigan sucks dick this year. Michigan has 8 wins.
Hospitals, factories,
Okay, so it looks like they're the 3 seed in the Big Ten tournament, and they play on Friday. All right, so let's look at the ESPN projections. What do you think they're going to be overall? I've got them at a 7 seed. Oh, no, I'm not saying they won't. I'm saying they're going to do so maybe as a 7 seed. All right, so we've got a bracket. We need to look at bracket. Bracketology. All right. Bracket watch. On the bubble. 68 team bracket. I'm looking for them. I don't see them yet. They gotta put them in Well, I'm not seeing them in here. Let me but I could just be missing.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other.
Yeah, they're the number 3 team in the. They're in here. I just gotta find it. I just must have went by too quickly. Just 1 moment. They've gotta be in here.
Tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans.
I think so.
And because it's authentic,
I think so.
Trusted friends by the customers.
Big Tech is right.
It's really been an effective
Dude,
strategy.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking. Okay, I see Illinois is a 4 seed, and they're 1 shot ahead of Nebraska. Okay, Big Ten. They're saying the Big Ten gets 5 teams in. But as I see, with 5 teams, they would say that they get would be Illinois and Wisconsin is 2. Michigan State is 3. Northwestern is 4. They got Northwestern in there.
Well, the Tim Conway Jr. Show. And then when I'm playing on the Dodgers, you're not getting a ticket. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And Purdue's 5. Dude, this is such horseshit. I've never seen anything like this. Nebraska is literally the number 3 team in the Big Ten. And the ESPN is saying that the Big Ten will get 5 teams in. And Nebraska is not one of them. That is horseshit. That is unbelievable. Well, I mean, what else do they have to do? Okay, so let's see what they say. Time for the annual bracketology. In with a win and in. Out without. Like, they should be on the bubble. They should be on the bubble at least. They're not even in the fucking bubble. What do they have to do?
And eventually, the universe will experience the death of heat, and with the cessation of the movement of atoms in the particles that make them up. Not life, not computing.
I mean, I could see that.
Possible any longer.
Okay.
Long before that expiration,
Nebraska March Madness. Welcome to the bubble.
So a particularly clever
Drake's in it. Drake's in Iowa, isn't it?
Available to them can be captured and stored for use later on when the universe is
Nebraska Cornhuskers.
By extension, far more efficient. So perhaps they build themselves a galaxy's worth of Dyson
This
to collect and store
unbelievable that they are a 22-9 squad, and they are number 3 in the Big Ten, and they're not even getting any love to get into the tournament. Like, they're not even considered. Quite a statement this evening from Big Ten bubble team.
Estimation is a kind of hibernation that somebody is hot at. And the estimation hypothesis goes fairly far in answering.
I've listened to a lot of them. Have I ever called into any of them? One time, I saw one doing a live remote, and I asked them a question. They had like a question, like try to stump the sports guy, and I didn't know what to ask. And my dad said, ask them if they know what Mickey Mantle's lifetime career batting average is. And this is a time, that's a hard question now. it was a hard question then, but it was a little easier because people were really into Mickey Mantle, and I think Mickey Mantle batted 297 as a career, and while the guy didn't know it exactly, I think he said 299 or something. Career batting. Oh, he batted 298. Oh, Husker Nightly? What is that, like Husker sports radio every night? Oh yeah, I love that shit. All right, Husker Nightly. Is it on 5 nights a week?
Looking for Dysonian artifacts, these massive engineering projects is a proposed new branch of SETI. Whether civilization is active,
oh, I'm gonna have to get on that.
The projects
Husker Nightly. Husker's radio station podcast. Yeah, man, I'm gonna become an icon in Nebraska. You watch. One of these days. Absolutely. Is it Sports Nightly? No, it's Husker Nightly.
But what if what we're seeing isn't actually the reality of the universe? What if we're being actively manipulated?
That's okay. It's got to be Sports Nightly. Okay. Well, that means we got an opportunity for Husker Nightly. I'm sure we could make that work in Lincoln and Omaha.
Because we're being prevented from seeing things as they really are.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, if we're going to be talking Husker sports 24/7, you don't think I'm going to do some plugs? Man, we're doing it on 150 different accounts on 23 different platforms? Absolutely. I'm going to be like, yeah, it's going to be like, we're on 23 different streams. That's how many wins the Nebraska Cornhusker men's basketball team has this year. I'm going to reference everything as that. I gotta look this up. Nebraska, they are 22-9. Okay, so we're live on 23, so they'll have to get one more win. I'm just shocked that they're not getting any love as the number 3 team in the Big Ten. They've got 2 other Big Ten teams, 2 shitbag teams. They've got Northwestern in there. Northwestern sucks cock, and they got somebody else in there. Ooh. Dude, ESPN hates you. They have since like Bo Pelini. Do you know who Bo Pelini is?
Some people object to this dismissal of the zoo hypothesis. They point to
right?
Like
isn't that who it was? Yeah, Bo Pelini took over after Tom Osborne, didn't he, or something like that?
All of this is evidence of
oh yeah, Frank Solich. That's right. What did you think of Frank Solich?
It's also possible that Earth was visited in human prehistory as well, and that there's just no surviving evidence of it. Or maybe we have received messages and just don't know it. Perhaps they're encoded in our DNA, waiting for us to find them and make sense of it.
That's right. I think Frank Solich won. He won something. He won. Bill Callahan. You like him?
Is that better or worse than the
oh, that was totally different than what you're used to. With that option.
Or worse than the idea that there are no other civilizations at all.
Do you remember Tim Couch?
There's a very reasonable alternative explanation of the Fermi paradox.
He was
one that requires us to make the fewest leaps of faith.
Nebraska's Heisman Trophy, last Heisman Trophy winner? Hold on, I might be wrong. That's not his name. That's not his name. Not Tim Couch. That's right. Eric Crouch? Eric Crouch is his name. That's right. That's right. He was dirty. Yeah, dog. He was dirty. He was good. I mean, he was good. I don't mean he was a dirty player. I mean, he was like a really good player. He was dirty. Yeah. He's like the last, aside from, what is that name? Who was a really dirty player, and he was dirty. Oh, wait. Yeah. Nebraska defensive player. Yeah. Soy. What was his name? Adonijah Sue. Yes. I think he retired, but he was very dirty. Meaning, he was a dirty player. He was like step-on players when they were on the ground.
On Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. If you'd like to hear more from Josh's End of the World series, just open
I would
the free
imagine
iHeartRadio app and search The End of the World in the podcast category. Stay tuned for Coast to Coast coming up next.
Oh yeah, I've seen him on something.
You've been listening to Before the
He
Coast.
does. If you ever watch foreign NFL coverage, like for like I don't know, like South Africa or like England, he does like Amazon Prime or some kind of coverage for them. I'll look it up right now. Okay, so he played for the Lions for 45 years, then the Dolphins and the Rams and the Buccaneers, then the Eagles. He was a Super Bowl champion. That's pretty cool. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, I think, or no, the Buccaneers. He
The 96 Academy Awards wrapped up just a few hours ago with Oppenheimer walking away with 7 out of its 13 nominations. Cillian Murphy just won for Best Actor in the leading role in Oppenheimer. The Irish actor touched on global events during his
and
acceptance
that's him
speech.
to he's a painter for some reason. Anyway, I almost feel like he can't get on ESPN or any of those stations just because he was so dirty. Maybe he'll be able to, or he's just getting his feet wet. But basically, he has to do overseas NFL stuff. All right, what does it say?
Robert Downey Jr.
It's something like that. It's like a South Africa or something. He,
And The Boy and the Heron won for Best
what would I
Animated
call it?
Feature
Like
Film.
sports
Billie Eilish and
analyst?
Phineas
I
O'Connell
guess.
made history when they won for Best Original Song for
Yeah,
What Was
he's-
I Made For in Barbie.
NFL media believes he's poised for broadcast stardom. What is this? He's bright broadcasting future. He's, I want to say it was on like Amazon, but it could have been on something else. Anyway, the reason why it's interesting to see him is okay. So it's the coverage of NFL sports overseas is so much different than how it is in the United States. Like, in the United States, I have like Terry Bradshaw and Jimmy Johnson and Howie Long, or, you know, like Michael Strahan, guys who've really played, and like all the people who are there basically is either all played or they're really into it. Like, I don't know, the guy like James Brown or whatever. Like, I don't think played football, but he is really into it. He's been like on Fox or CBS for like 25 years. Okay, so then they'll do the international games. And these international games are literally just like soccer commentators who don't know anything about American football, and down can sue. So they'll be like, you know, basically opposites, complete opposites. They'll have like a white guy who is really into soccer, a white girl who is really into soccer. Both of those people don't know anything about American football. And I'm down against Sue, who knows a lot about football, but has nothing in common with these people. And it's literally the absolute worst chemistry that you've ever seen for sports. Yeah, man, it's I've seen him a few times on it because it's like, what is he doing to it? Like doing this, being a sports analyst. And it really is. It really is. It's very much like a fish out of water. It was very much like the BBC or, I think it's Sky Sports, now that I think about it. And now it's just Sky Sports. That's what it is. Sky Sports. So if you know like BBC's competitor, yes, here it is. And now it's your former Super Bowl champion to join Sky Sports NFL coverage. Yes, that's what it is. So, if you know what Sky is, it's like the competitor of BBC, and that's what it was. So you got like 2 or 3 British people on there, and then down too, and you can just imagine it's like 2 or 3 people who literally like don't. I don't want to say they don't know about it, but it's pretty obvious. There's no in-depth discussion like you're going to see perhaps on American coverage. It's literally just like, oh yeah, we're here to promote this, because it's something that we carry, and then down consume. And the other funny thing about it is normally they have another, like, this is what's hilarious about it. On any kind of sports coverage I've ever seen, in the pregame or the halftime or whatever, they always have multiple athletes there, like multiple NFL guys. They just don't have one. But literally it was like, Sky was like, no, we only have budget for one guy. So he doesn't get to talk to anybody else who knows anything about football. He's just there to sit. And literally they signed his contract, and that's what it is. And so you'll just have two British people who probably don't know that much about the game commenting and Donovan Sue, he just sits there. Sky Sports, you gotta check it out. It's good stuff. Yeah, that's right. So he is not at all. He's not engaging. He's there for a paycheck, and he knows no one in the United States is watching him. Like, that's clear to him. He knows no one, period, is watching him, and he's just like, I'll even pull him up here. Okay, Sky Sports. Here's just a random thing that he says, and I don't know if this is good. I mean, it's like one of the clips that they're featuring him. Oh, unsupported locations, because it's like, I'm in the United States, and you know how stupid this is, because the NFL doesn't want you to be able to watch it in like different areas.
If Tax Act did things over, maybe Tax Act would end up teaching kindergarten leading fly fishing tours.
That's what I want to show you. Let's see if we can pull it. And Demogorgon Sue says that he embraced the dirty player reputation and praised former CEO Nike Phil Knight for his help. All right, let's see if this works.
Step up to the plate for the Spectrum season tickets. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes, and more centerpiece. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-sweeps-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus now. Offer wouldn't vary by location.
Phenomenal movies to tourists, to care, to preserve the land and sustainability, discovering new ways to reconnect with people and place, and uncover the beauty of the Hawaiian Islands. Malama and care for Hawaii. That's something that lasts generations. Find out how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/MALAMA.
Yeah, absolutely. You still have to. You know what? No, absolutely. I mean, and also, it's not easy for someone like yourself to go into these different locker rooms as a veteran and really integrate with them, but you're also a great leader. And I think, we've gotten an opportunity to see your character, but we also know, I think some of the best athletes and players I've seen are people that can switch that on and off and have that ability.
And tasty beats. The perfect mix of delicious flavors to help you connect with your cat. Plus, take the remix quiz and discover your cat zodiac sign and matching recipe. Meowman's Original Choice Cat Food. The only one cats ask for on you. To learn more, visit Meowman's.
Hey, maybe they found somebody else.
And I know when that ball is coming out. That's why he needs to take breaths on second down. Get him out there. Get off the field. So, I know when you're playing, you're not going to be 6 weeks, 2 weeks, game all the time. You ever think about your stature in the game?
I just can't take someone with a British accent seriously talking about football.
Chris Jones, Fletcher Cox. Yeah, it wasn't until probably my 45th year in career really started to understand.
It is. It's like not normal football discussion. You can tell they're trying, but you can tell it's for an international audience as well. Right. Now, the girl who is on here, she's pretty good. So I actually watched far more Sky sports coverage than I really remember. This year, I probably watched 6 or 7 games that they did just because I would just bootleg it from somewhere. And a lot of times that's the stream they would use. And I don't know. I think I'm biased. It's just hard for me to hear football analysis from someone from England because it just, I will say the same thing. I'm biased. I'm not as biased, I would say, against women who would be giving the discussion. Because I think that they see it like the American game more than the British see the American game. I don't know. I'm just not used to it, I guess. Like, I'm used to former players. I don't care what they look like, but they're going to tell me what the game was like. Now, you're giving me, like, people who've never played the game. Maybe they're not even from that country, and maybe they're not even the gender that normally plays it. And now you're going to tell me about it. And you know, sometimes they have good things to say, but it just takes me a little bit more to get there because I'm just not used to those people normally telling me how the game went.
So all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to
Like, I think that there are, like, and I'm admitting there's bias to that. You know, we're seeing a different world now where we're having female umpires and female referees, and we'll have female coaches and perhaps even female kickers and players maybe someday at some level, to some extent, like long snappers or something. And I'm not against it. I'm for whatever person can play the game the best. So if you have a female kicker and she's better than all the male kickers that you can recruit, go for it. That's fine. I don't care about that. Where it gets strange to me is, well, at least in this coverage, I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like they just use the same anchors for their soccer coverage. Like when we watched that, looking down, couldn't you see that guy doing a soccer, like the same kind of like anchoring of a soccer match as opposed to a football match? Exactly. Exactly. And I guess that's what it kind of reminded me of too much is soccer broadcasts. And I don't know. If I were Sky Sports, I guess I would try to make it more like CBS or Fox's coverage. But I guess that's not what they want in an international audience. They want maybe a little bit of soccer audience, maybe the female audience or a female point of view, which I think is good. I think it's so long as they're knowledgeable. There's this one for ESPN. This lady went to Yale, and I will say, yeah, I mean those are tough because it's like, what do you consider someone? Like we all come from Africa. If you follow us back, like to the cradle of civilization, so can't we all say that we're African Americans? Or Elon Musk calls himself an African American, so why is he protected by something that wasn't put in place to protect him? I have a lot of friends of mine, I hate to say this, but they're from South Africa, and they use that, they check African American, and they get into really good schools because of that. Exactly. That's what these people look like. They look like Charlize Theron, and they're getting into Ivy League schools because of it. This girl who went to Yale. Okay, so Nina Kimes, I just remember being like, dude, this girl's gonna talk football. She was like the first female reporter who was on like one of those talking head shows, and she does a really good job of it. And I mean, she's like the opposite of what I would think would be giving me my sports coverage. She's an Asian Ivy League woman telling me about football. And at first I was hesitant But I will say that it's the same as if anybody else was doing it, and she's attractive, so I should like it even more. I'm just not used to it. So admittedly, like, I'm for these progressive efforts, it just takes me a little longer to embrace them. And I think when given a chance, sometimes I see these improvements as excellent, and I really like them. I guess I'm just not used to it. I don't know if I'm intimidated. No, she's not. I know she's married because I looked it up. I'm like, damn, she's really kind of total package. This woman can talk sports. She's smart. She's pretty. I don't know if so much intimidated because I'm happy that she knows this kind of stuff. I think it's just like still just not used to it, surprised by it. But if I weren't positive to it, I mean, I wouldn't try to look her up and be like, oh, you know, this is the person who I wanted to highlight as I think a really good example of someone who knows their stuff and can hang with people, but normally you know wouldn't think that this person would know all that much about it, and she does.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling healthy. And I'm excited to be on tonight. Now, later on tonight, we've got Nancy Timms in. She'll work with the DOD. And
yeah, I mean, I would say
so that's what we're going to be talking about later.
That's kind of like a pleasant surprise, I guess. And I would say in the same way that some of these anchors have been a pleasant surprise, a lot of them have been. I mean, in order to be an anchor on ESPN, you have to know your stuff pretty well. But I think we've changed over from females in the industry who are just hosts or co-hosts or like sideline reporters, and yes, it is. And now they're anchors, and they are like, analysts, and they weren't given those roles before. And now that I see them with those roles, I see that they're doing a really good job. I can tell you this, I've been watching football, not at all like that in depth, but like they have female referees now, and I can't tell you that they're any better or worse than the male referees, which is a good thing. Basically, I think all the referees suck. So I don't think that, but like there's not like a movement like, oh, these certain gender of referees are bad. No, I don't. It's not that at all. I was thinking about this tonight as I was watching the Academy Awards, which have always been, or recently in particular, like these, every year there's like a theme, like almost like minorities who won as a theme, or like women who won as a theme. And I was watching it and I'm thinking to myself, I really look forward to a day when we can have all of the winners, different backgrounds, like different diversities, whatever, but we don't talk about it. It's not like a thing. When we get to that day, that'll be really special. Meaning, like, people will win for their own art and not because of who they are with, what they're within what they're associated. I heard a quote of Morgan Freeman once on race, and it's kind of become my motto when it comes to race, and that is this. His quote is something like this: if you want race to go away, stop talking about it. And what does that mean? Basically, it was 60 Minutes quote. That's right. That's what it is. It is that interview.
Ooh, I love that.
We are birthed into the other side on that day. And I thought that was so fascinating to hear.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that.
Well, but basically, I think what he says is quite brilliant and accurate, and I look forward to a day when we get to that. Like tomorrow, when we hear about the Oscar winners, I don't want to hear. I mean, I'm glad that like people of color won, and I want that to happen more often. But I look forward to a day when we just see it as people who won, not people of color who won. Like I want it to just be like we've moved past that. I think there are discussions of this where there's like a post-racial world or something like that. And I'm not saying we have to not talk about our history or our heredity or anything like that, but I think it would be a special day when we no longer have to like check off little things and we can just embrace art for art's sake.
We're dealing with death and grief. I was talking to someone earlier tonight who literally had a little get-together for the Oscars, and we ended up having...
Now, this means that we may have to make a change to some of the awards, meaning, like, here's an interesting one. We have, like, Best Actor and Best Actress, and, like, Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress, and there's Best Director, but there's no, like, Best Directress. There's no like best female director, and there you go, exactly. Now that's when we get into an interesting world where it's just one person, and you know, I don't know how Hollywood's gonna like that because they're all vying for those positions, but eventually the state of California is already moving towards this gender neutral terminology everywhere in the state, and the academy is located in the state of California. I can see it happening very quickly where, well, then what would you do? How do you define it? I think you might just have 2 Best Actor winners at that point. I don't see an issue with that. Just have 2 Best Actor winners, and then one can be whatever you want it to be, a man or a woman. Another can be a man and woman. Some years 2 women could win. Some years 2 men can win. It's no big deal.
And I have to tell you, when that happened, I was young.
Right? You're not an aviator. You're an aviatrix, not a dominator. You're a dominatrix. Absolutely.
And I remember saying to a therapist at the time, I don't feel like...
I'm in agreement. I think that they should open it up to more people. But I mean, we're getting there. We're not there yet. We're moving towards there, and it'll be generations. But I look forward to that day that Morgan Freeman references, where if you want to stop people from being racist, stop talking about race.
I mean, I love the Love Never Dies. Now,
and it's true. If you taught children, I mean, and like they've done studies on this, where if you don't tell children that people look differently than they do, they may observe it, but sometimes they don't even, it doesn't even bother, like, I don't want to say it doesn't bother them, they don't even know it's a difference. Like, someone's eyes may look different, or someone's skin may look different, but the child doesn't know that, and they won't recognize it unless you tell them that it's different. And so they'll become friends at a young age with people of all backgrounds because they don't have any of these predetermined judgments on certain people of society. And I think that we can learn a lot from children. The fact that many of these emotions and behaviors that emoted by people are learned and observed and are not inherent. Basically, if you didn't know any better, you could have a black friend, a white friend, a yellow friend, a red friend, a blue friend, a green friend. And if no one told you that was any different, you wouldn't know any different. It's only when you see that from a larger society and see how society interprets these behaviors, does it have an effect on your relationship with your friend.
And I was standing there, just a little kid, and I said, you had a blood spot right on the top of your forehead, and it was dripping down. And he just looked at me and started crying. And, this was years later when we're talking about it. And there's no other way I would have known that. There's no other way
Oh,
I would
definitely.
even fit in the back of the police car.
And the powers that be will
Should have,
keep this going for as long as possible. So right now they keep us separated by saying we're different races. Well, very soon we'll move towards kind of a beige color where we're all the same kind of color. Okay, then they'll divide us on blue versus red. Okay, well then they'll divide us on East Coast versus West Coast. Or they'll divide you on people who like staying up at night versus being up in the morning. They will continue to keep creating divisive topics as each generation goes so that the people don't ever get united.
And the thing is, we've been a society, if we can't explain it, we deny it. That's what we do.
It's a sad state of affairs.
I'll tell you one of the things I really wanted to look into. And I'm so curious from all my work at End of Life to look into deathbed vision. And deathbed vision is when someone is dying, they often are greeted by someone who has already died.
Yeah.
And there's three phenomena that I always encounter. One with the deathbed vision, the dying come to grief.
I've seen that.
The second was trips. People will talk about it. They got to get their bags. They got to get ready. And I often think about death really is a trip of a lifetime. And they also talk about crowded rooms. Why are there so many people here? And, the world's kind of sort of always
That is
denied
fascinating.
Like if you talk to anyone in the end of life care, hospice, paramedics, ER, they all talk about that. And I did some research on that. It turned out to be one of my books that's called Visions, Trips, and Crowded Rooms. Who is what you see before you die. And I literally just finished recording it, even though it's an older book. I just recorded it finally on audio for folks who like audio.
Excellent.
And here's what I did. I interviewed, because I knew if I just interviewed everyone, the book would have no credibility, which I hate. But I interviewed doctors, nurses, clergy, funeral home folks, social workers, nurses, emergency department people, with all their stories about how the dead come to greet the dying and these phenomena that happen.
That's what I want to know. Why the fuck did you change your name from Mammoth Queen to send it to $0 straight to $0? No one knows what the fuck that means. I mean, I know what it means, but what are we sending to zero?
One of the things the research shows is our enemies don't show up when we die.
Mammoth Queen, send it to $0. We asked you a question.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Send it to $0. Are you snoring on camera again?
Entered it, and it's
He's
really,
out.
it was really such comforting research to do to understand these.
No, he's up. Hey, send it to $0. Why did you change your name from Mammoth Queen to send it to $0?
Amazing, I'll give you a tidbit that I thought was fascinating.
What are we sending to $0? Okay.
This thing that I'm on right now, that's in the palm of my hand, it's a computer. It's a 4K camera.
Are you fucking stupid?
It's a way I can FaceTime with someone.
How much profit did you take?
I who invented this. I who invented this.
What? You're like the biggest cheater on earth.
Do you know what his last words were? Wow.
Why would you do such a thing?
From what he was saying?
Yeah. If something amazed Steve Jobs, I'm amazed.
I love your perspective.
Yeah, I've been amazed the guy who created the iPhone.
Dog, you know we hit an all-time high recently, right?
He's saying, wow, I want to
I love that. That's great. Well, here, being on
Exactly.
we talk about afterlife.
You are the king of cheaters.
We're talking about this type of thing constantly, and still me along the way.
So why don't you buy it again? You're gonna bring this bitch to $10.
And I know it was all okay. And I also know
Dog, send it to zero, aka management. I really mean this. In the time that we've known each other, Bitcoin has been worth less than a cent, and now it's worth like what, 29 cents?
Like you said, it's horrible.
Wills, we got Wills in here. Wills is out here just slanging dick like a motherfucker, just beating up pussy like it's going out of style. How you doing, Wills?
It is an ugly thing at the end. It really is, even though I love the thing that you just said earlier about that's the birth. It's a rebirth into heaven, whatever you want to call it. I love that. It's a birth there. Or we're going back home.
Is he gonna join our Telegram? Get his ass in here. Hey, what's your friend's name? What's your friend's name? We want to make fun of him. Hey, we want Will's friend to get in here so we can come in here and make friends with him. Dude, we watched the Oscars. We watched UFC 299 yesterday. We watched the Super Bowl in here. You name it, we do it.
We all picture what we see in the movies and on TV, where we all glance at one another and say, I love
What'd you say?
and close our eyes. And that's not what that looks like. I
That's exactly right.
And it looks like, a factory.
So we watched the Oscars tonight. We watched UFC 299 yesterday. We watched the Super Bowl a few weeks ago. What else did we watch on here? We watched the World Cup. We watched the World Series. We watched every NFL game. We even watched like NFL Red Zone in here. If you know what NFL Red Zone is, it's like 5 different games at once. I am usually the one who streams it, but like yesterday for UFC 299, we had multiple people in here streaming. So I was streaming on the projector, and then we also had somebody who was sharing their stream, which is totally cool too. I want the best quality that we can get. So some people want to watch it bigger, some people want to watch it smaller. Hey, I don't mind it.
That's interesting. I love your perspective.
Like,
this is incredible.
I'm not sure on the fight yesterday. I know I didn't, but we do get people in here who certainly place wagers. Absolutely, Tim. Thank you so much. Did you know that you're live on 5 different YouTubes right now? Yeah, Doug. You're live on 5 different YouTube streams right now. You're live on 5 different Twitters right now, live streams. You're live on 5 different Twitches. You're live on 5 different Rumbles, 5 different Noros, 5 different Odysseys, 5 different Kicks, and another like 13 different platforms. You're live on 23 different platforms and 23 different platforms on 5 different laptops each, which is like over, it's like 115 different accounts.
For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Over the U.S. residents.
No, I want to capture life in 360 degrees, so I want people to be able to see me from the front, from the back, and from the sides, and also perhaps see me from above as well. So I have kind of a ceiling cam going too.
Looking nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time.
Absolutely. I want them to be able to see these muscles in 360 degrees. That's right. I am everywhere though, and I'm creating more data than any person has ever created in global history. I've been doing this live for almost 3 years now, and it's over 300,000 hours of streaming, which is more than 10 times more data than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie have on YouTube combined.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can
bet
$5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus
and all night.
168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions.
I lie down, and then people come in and sometimes try to wake me up, or just have really interesting conversations while I'm in here. And then I also
help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe
Absolutely. Yeah, all the time. They try to make really loud noises. Definitely. They know I'm on camera. They'll call me on my phone. They'll do anything they can. They think it's hilarious. And I embrace it because I like people being here. So I don't mind it at all.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
It would only be like as needed. So basically, if they needed to have some kind of like conference call, they might bring someone in, but they might only have like 2 or 3 calls a month when I have a call literally 24/7, 365. This stream has been going for like, aside from an admin accidentally closing it at one point, like last month or something, basically every single day, 24/7, for 9 straight months. I usually order all my food in, though I do go to restaurants sometimes and I live stream it, or I go to the store and I live stream it. I live stream it on Instagram, I live stream it on Twitter, I live stream it on YouTube, I live stream it on TikTok. And then also sometimes when I sleep as well, depending on who's here and about what we're discussing, I will turn on a podcast all night and we'll just listen to podcasts all night.
6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects.
Take care, Wills. Make sure that your friend joins whenever they have the opportunity, and we look forward to seeing them. Excellent. The Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, it's amazing. That was episode 1998, I think. Let's check it. I could be wrong. It might be 1999. RFK Jr., JRE, what number is it? 1999. So there you go. I was pretty darn close. Yeah, you're right. I can. Yeah, it's just, I listened to that one. Right. Excellent. Well, if you take care, my friend. See you, friend. Sorry about that, guys. If you're like, why the hell do we have so much feedback? You can blame your favorite rabbi for that. Apologies. I was trying to make it so I can hear you guys better. The person who I really have a problem hearing is JH. So just one moment, I'm trying to adjust my speaker so I can hear him better. Does anyone know what Coast to Coast AM is? Oh yeah, that's my shit. James, you asked, do I ever call into sports radio? Generally, the answer to that is no. However, I do call into Coast to Coast AM. Hell yeah. And I record it, and then I put it on Instagram.
Now, here's your guest host, Connie Willis.
Absolutely.
Alan Parsons Project.
Art Bell.
People play. Connie Willis here on Coast to Coast AM.
Hey, did you guys know that we have Mason Emoji in here? Mason Emoji, you little bitch. We've been waiting for you all day. We watched the Oscars. And what up, Mason? How you doing, baby?
And cosmic history. That's tomorrow night here with George Norton.
Doug, we watched the Oscars tonight. Where were you? James Kaminsky, do you remember our friend Cookie?
Being extremely ill.
Yeah, what happened to Cookie? Cookie's like, we're gonna send it to the moon. Bitcoin to the moon. Bitcoin to the moon. I love Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. Cookie's amazing. He knew nothing about Sesame Street, but he knew everything about shilling this coin, which is all that matters. Send it to zero. How are your dogs?
How many weeks or months into the supplementation did you start feeling that?
Do they know that their owner is a world-class cheater? Okay, that's good. Send it to zero. Oh, showing us the doggies. Okay, is that Duran? Oh, that's Louis. Okay. Oh, yeah, that is Louis. I should know that. Louis is a French bulldog.
Beautiful.
Dude, one day, Man McQueen, you have to take a picture of all 4 dogs in bed with you. Are you making a pie there? That's what? Beef stew? Oh, it's pizza. Oh, okay. I can live with that. Pizza's like my favorite food. What's your favorite food? Send it to zero?
Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text COAST to 989898 and get your free info.
Sweet Italian sausage?
We'll talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings with gold. Text COAST to 989898 now.
Yes, sir,
You are
James.
listening to Coast AM. Hello there, Connie Willis here with you. Yes, join me on TikTok, Connie Willis Live. That's where you go, and you're going to start seeing
Hold on
some
one second.
evidence, some fun things that I
Did
do.
you say my
some
camera's
interesting things
frozen?
that I do, and it's all free for you there. I'm excited about it, so I hope that you'll go over there and follow me. And by the way, follow David Kessler as well. And even our guest later tonight, she's on it too. So sign up for all of us, follow us.
I'm not sure. I think
good time learning from each other for sure. So David Kessler, our guest
I
tonight.
think Telegram is having a loading issue.
And remember,
Because when I was seeing send it to zero, his stuff is blurry.
I know I messed that up.
And I think my stuff is blurry for you
Now,
guys.
David, there's so many things that I can
Bob
ask
Dobbs, are you there? Can you hear us, Bob Dobbs?
millions of things to ask you. So I'm just gonna.
What are the odds
I'm gonna
Bob
throw
Dobbs is
this one
there?
out, and this one's gonna be. This has got to be a tough one
I
for
would
you
say
to
like
always be
0%.
asked about, and that you have to kind of relive it. But it does. It's
Bob
where you
Dobbs
got
is the man,
started.
though.
You had actually witnessed a mass shooting, and was that at the same time your mom was in that situation?
Yeah, it was.
But that's how this all started, correct?
Yeah, right. Before we dive into that, for those people who are trying to find me, my handle on TikTok and all my other handles is I am David Kessler. I always joke about I wanted to just get David Kessler, but it was already taken. And I was trying to sound like I am Spock. The only one I could get is David Kessler, so that's where
Bob Dobbs is a G.
When I see I am, I'm thinking it's a whole nother name. I'm thinking I am.
Right.
Your name is I am. Okay. All right.
No, it's I and then A-M. I am. I-A-M.
Dude, you don't know him?
I am David Kessler.
Haven't you ever spoken with him?
Yeah, you know, Tommy, as you say, no
Oh, he's a cool guy. He is
I was
from
in the third grade going, I want to be a dentist.
like South Carolina? Yeah.
It sort of chooses you.
Oh,
for the
and so
future.
send it to zero?
My mother was ill and died in the
Oh, you're from North
hospital.
Carolina.
I didn't realize at 13
That's
that she
right.
was dying. I knew she was
Very
sick,
cool.
but I was
He's
fine. She pulled through.
a nice person.
And at the hospital, we were at the hotel.
He's very down to earth and very straight shooter.
One day,
Meaning, like,
fire, everyone evacuated from the
don't,
hospital. We're
I mean,
standing
not
in
that
front.
you bullshit anyone, but don't waste his time with bullshit. Just get to it.
And they realized they don't just have a fire, they've got an active
I like
shooter.
it too.
So,
You know, somebody had asked me my favorite podcast, Joe Rogan Experience, probably, but just because he has so much content. There are some others that I like. The one that I would say that I like that's a more traditional podcast, or because like his is more like a video podcast, is this one called The Explorers. It's just called The Explorers Podcast, and it's the story of all the great explorers of history. So some of them had were terrible people. Like Christopher Columbus was a terrible person, meaning like he enslaved people and did all kinds of other things. But you learn all this stuff about them that you never knew. Like I didn't know this about Christopher Columbus, that he had very bad cataracts, and a lot of these sailors had really bad cataracts that would form because they would be staring into the ocean abyss so often, and the reflection of the sunlight from the ocean in their eyes would cause them really bad cataracts. So by the end of his life, Christopher Columbus was completely blind. I didn't know that. You learn all kinds of other really interesting things, like Ernest Shackleton. If you know anything about Ernest Shackleton's story, basically was trying to become the first person to make it to the South Pole. While he failed at that, he was able to save his whole crew from a major from utter death, basically being stranded on Antarctica during the winter. Like, how the fuck are you going to survive that? And they were able to survive, and he was able to get everybody off there and survive. Like, I don't know, just like Hernan Cortez, when he was conquering the Aztec people, like how interesting, like they would use dogs. I didn't realize how much the Spanish used dogs, war dogs, on the Aztec people. Basically, they barely had to fight. Some crazy amount of Spanish conquerors killed all of the Aztec people. It was 25 people or 200 people or something. Spanish conquerors, the conquistadors, right? Versus Aztecs. It's the numbers are ridiculous. How big was the force? Force size. Okay, they had 600 people, total, and they took out 10,000 to 20,000 warriors. And dogs, gunpowder, horses, and then the thing that really would do them in is smallpox. Smallpox would be the thing. There was a thought that there were 200 million people in the New World prior to the Columbian exploration, and that's far higher than people thought. Basically saying that smallpox ended up killing just huge amounts of people, and we'll basically never know how many people died from it. But previously we thought that only 25 million people were in the New World. Thoughts are that it's probably a lot bigger than that, maybe as many as 200 million people.
What about the differences of
There's a very famous book called Guns, Germs, Guns, Germs, and Steel, Guns, and Germs or something, that covers this topic. Let's see here. What's it? Guns, Germs, and Steel. That basically covers this. It's a famous book. But this podcast is really interesting because it's I would say it's different than other podcasts. It allows you to really follow the podcast mentally, and then they also provide you with maps so you know where the explorers were going. And just I don't know, in my own way, I'm an explorer of the virtual world and just this stream and documenting things and archiving things. And so I empathize with these guys. They were the first to do something, or they did it the best. They were the first to the North Pole, or the first to the South Pole, or the first to climb Everest, or the first to climb Kilimanjaro, or the first to circumnavigate the world. They were all doing something that no one had done before. And so I have a lot in common with them, or at least I feel I do, because I'm doing something no one's done before and archiving their life. And so I do my best to highlight some of their accomplishments as I accomplish my own. So if you want to know the name of that podcast, it's known as the Explorers Podcast. And the ones they cover, it's like the explorers that they cover in it are like all the areas of society where it's like fascinating. Like the first white people to travel into Africa, how were they, like what did they undergo? What was that like? Like the first people to travel to India or to travel to China as Europeans, like what was that like? And to meet like the emperor and empress of China, and then to go back, like, what was it like on the Silk Road? Or just like, these are really interesting questions to me, and to be the first person to do it is really interesting. So some of the people who they cover in this thing are, the first person is Ferdinand Magellan, which is definitely an interesting story. While he wasn't the first person to circumnavigate the globe, it was his expedition that eventually would do it. There's this fascinating story though. I forget this guy's name. Let me look it up. There's this like slave or this worker. Slave, Magellan, circumnavigation.
Facebook page is I am David Kessler. There it is. You're consistent across the board.
Okay.
I love it.
Enrique's Journey.
And what it
Is
says,
this a guy?
so let me just kind of say what it's saying here.
So
There's
this guy. So the first person who gets credit.
It's like, what if I had done things differently? Maybe they wouldn't have passed away. And you say something in here like, we don't want to live in a life.
The first person to circumnavigate the globe.
I have noticed
is a lot of times given to Ferdinand Magellan, but he did not. His expedition did, but he actually died. He died in like the East Indies. So
they want to control so much more. Do you? I mean, is that kind of what you're saying as well? It's almost like I'm going to try to control everything. This time, I'm going to make sure.
There's that argument to be made. So the guy who gets credit for it is, or who actually did it, is named Juan Sebastian Elcano. However, there's another guy who was a slave who there's an argument to be made that this guy was the first person to circumnavigate the globe. And the reason why, basically, the reason why the Portuguese were trying to circumnavigate the globe, in addition to the accomplishment, was they were trying to get to the Spice Islands. They wanted to find nutmeg. Nutmeg was so big to them back then, and it's thought certainly because of its spice properties, but also if you know anything about nutmeg, if you take nutmeg at high amounts, it causes hallucinations, and there's the thought that. Pardon me? Yes, it will. So, basically, there was this slave who was on board, and there's a thought that this slave might have been, okay, so his name is Enrique of Malacca, and he was thought to be basically an enslaved man who beat Magellan circling the world. And the way that he did it was he was basically on an expedition before they circumnavigated the world, and he took a second half of his journey and was able to complete it before Magellan or any of the other guys. I just think like that's a really fascinating story that maybe one of the people who's credited with circumnavigating the globe, we know it's not Magellan, and it might not be even the guy who's credited with it, who is this guy, whatever the fuck his name is. Sorry, there are three guys here. There's Magellan, he did not circumnavigate the globe. There's Enrique of Malacca, he's the slave. We're thinking he did, but then the guy who gets credit for it is named
That's funny. You gotta be like
Ferneo. No, sorry. He's Sebastian Elcano. So Sebastian Elcano is the one, but that's a fascinating story. So they go all through that, and it's like 4 different parts. Or no, yeah, it's 4 different parts. Then they talk about Vasco Núñez del Balboa. A lot of these guys are Spanish, and I just didn't know all that much about Spanish exploration. I know a lot more about it now. So this guy is the guy who made the first permanent colony in the Americas, and like also I think he's the guy who was the first person to see the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. I think he's the first European who's credited with seeing both the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. Basically, he made it to Panama and was able to see the Atlantic and then cross over and eventually saw the Pacific. There's this guy, Freya Stark. This guy's fascinating. So basically, it's a story of him during World War I and all of his travels. They've got these stories on just like, I don't know, everything from like getting to the South Pole to circumnavigating the globe to getting to the tallest peaks on Earth. It's just, to me, people who risk their lives for all of that stuff, that's really fascinating to me.
And at the same time, your bandwidth for joy has also been stretched.
Definitely. They have like one on here with Teddy Roosevelt, when like Teddy Roosevelt himself was an explorer, and the River of Doubt, and like exploring the Amazon floodplain, and like just that kind of stuff is just fascinating to me, or what it was like to. I've heard that. I've heard he's seen something like that.
I love their perspective. It's a whole different perspective than, like I said, we talked to so many people with afterlife type things, and you probably.
I remember that.
People, Dr. Jeffrey.
I also remember the Bull Moose Party.
Are you familiar with him?
I've heard his name. I haven't been able to meet him in real life yet, but so many people out there are sort of, being more open and talking about these things. They used to be taboo.
If you like Bigfoot, I like Bigfoot a lot. And
it's taboo to talk about
so the big
death. We only
movie
know it
about Bigfoot, if you know, is the Patterson Gremlin film.
Whatever it is, that's when we go
James,
into it.
you're the one who knows a lot about this, right?
We don't even know how to handle it because no one tells
Yeah, you know all about it. You're like one of the few people I know who knows just far away more about it than I do. So, look, if anything, I know a little bit on a lot of subjects, but I am in no way some people will say I'm an expert on quite a few different things, but I don't think so. I think I just know a little bit on a lot of different subjects. But one time, James Kaminsky and I were talking about this, the Patterson Gimlin film. If you're familiar with this, is JH. Do you know what the Patterson Gimlin film is? It's the most iconic Bigfoot film. Like, if I say Bigfoot film, yeah, it's like the only one that there is. I'll show you. Just so you know what we're talking about. Like, if I show it to you, you'll be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's this one. Exactly. It's like the only. Now, if I say you, have you ever seen any other Bigfoot footage? What would you say? Maybe but probably that's the one that sticks out in my mind, right?
And if a loved one dies, they die
Well,
in your house.
that's the one that sticks out in my mind.
You go bring the casket into your parlor.
James, come in.
Your loved
Sorry,
one
Jage, go ahead.
was laid out in your parlor in the casket.
Exactly. Exactly. James Kaminsky, how did you get so into Bigfoot?
Journal came out with an article that said, your parlor should not be a room to display the dying. Your parlor should not be a dying room.
I can see that. What's your favorite one?
And where did the parlor go? It went to the funeral parlor. And
which monster? Laugh Monster. Okay. Do you know about?
Oh wow, you're exactly right. Hang where you are there, David. We got to take a break. We'll be back.
What are your thoughts on Mothman?
Gosh, so much more. I love your perspective. It's absolutely amazing and refreshing. Thank you so much.
It is super fascinating.
Where you can learn more. Grief.com with David Hessler. Stay with us. Connie Willis here on Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine?
Yeah. It's like it's the Silver Bridge or something in Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Right. No, you're exactly right. Definitely. There is an explosive, but there's an ammunition munitions factory there, yeah.
One of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART.
Did you hear about this? About this one that was near the airport?
Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168
Yeah,
hours
so
after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions.
they have. I'm just trying to find it because I saw a pretty good version of it in the last 2 years. I don't know if this is it. We'll just see what it says. Okay, this is what they said. I heard what sounded like a chirping sound, although it sounded like shuffling coming from nearby. I looked around, and that's when I heard this clicking coming from across the street. I looked up and standing on the edge of the HVAC plant was a very tall, thin, human-like creature with huge wings spread out. This creature was looking directly at me with a pair of large red eyes that had the intensity of a pair of tail lights or one of the lights on the engine.
With a giant humanoid creature with a gigantic wingspan and blazing red eyes. After a moment of staring at each other, the creature simply flew away. Now, this isn't the only sighting of a legendary creature at the O'Hare International Airport. Over the last few years, there have been numerous sightings of the legendary mothman and the airport. And they all have the same characteristics. A giant humanoid creature, a gigantic wingspan, and blazing red eyes. What makes this one different from the sightings of Point Pleasant is this sighting is accompanied with clicking and chirping sounds coming from the creature. So this is the same legendary creature that was once known as Point Pleasant.
So I don't know if that. I mean, that's that footage. I've seen 2018.
You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
But you can see
So
can help you
I hate these ones because
Serious allergic reactions can
I used to
get help right away if you have
I used to be someone
or swelling of
who
your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat.
was
Doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or
I was very hesitant on some cryptozoology
don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your
things,
doctor.
but I've become more open-minded as I've gotten older, and I would say that particularly when it comes to shape-shifting. We've talked about this a little bit, but that the idea of shape-shifting may be a characteristic of advanced beings that is completed either by a ingestion of a pill or some kind of reaction of a machine on them that allows them to change their physical characteristics. Okay, with that being said, that means that if shapeshifters are real, then that means by definition every kind of cryptozoological being should be real, meaning dragons and unicorns and all that, chupacabra, all that shit. Because if a shapeshifter exists and it can shapeshift into anything, then by definition, it should be able to shapeshift into that shit. Okay, fine. Do I think that Mothman was a shapeshifted being? No. Do I think it perhaps could have been military personnel who was in some kind of jetpack? Everyone who says this thing really looked different. Yeah, but I mean, they weren't pulling that kind of stuff in the 60s. Meaning, like, this took place in Point Pleasant. Mothman took place.
Is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least one grade level improvement or your money back. Get your
So
first month for just $1
1966
with free access to Hooked
and
on Hooked on spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's
I mean, it's been seen in other places too. And usually if it's like a disinformation campaign by the government, they acknowledge it. Meaning like, what would be an example of this? It's hard because they don't like to acknowledge it. Okay. Operation what? Which is that?
To kids SPF 50 plus. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. Some days I cover up
Okay, I was gonna say something along the lines of MK Ultra, which I think probably Project Climax is a subgroup of that. So Project Climax. So that kind of stuff is a perfect example of something that has been acknowledged that they just don't necessarily emphasize anymore.
Don't use if allergic
Okay.
to serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight
Beautiful.
may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should
Yes,
check
I remember
infections
this. This is
or
a
diagnosis.
Sydney
Tell your
Gottlieb.
doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills,
Okay,
muscle
so,
aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a
these are
vaccine.
projects that were
There's nothing on
recognized
this.
and
That means everything.
at some point declassified. But the government's never really said anything about the Mothman, ever. It's not even been like a UFO thing where they're like, you need to confirm or deny that. Like, if they wanted it to be a big deal, they'd make it a big deal. They'd have movies about the Mothman. And they just, I mean, I guess there have been some, but it's not anything that's ever discussed. Mothman Prophecy is exactly about the only one, and it's based off that book. You know, it's not like, it's also not like one of the things that they reference a lot. Like, I don't know. It's not one of your traditional cryptozoological beings. I guess maybe it is, but your big ones out there are like ghosts and Bigfoot, like swamp things, and like Jersey Devil kind of deals. Mothman is. So what do I think Mothman was?
ranks Minnesota number
Just,
4
I
best
don't
state
know.
to
I
live
wish I
and work.
did. I wish I could tell
A
you.
great place to work,
And,
a better place to live. Explore Minnesota.com.
so what do I really think it was? Okay, here's what I think it was. I hate saying this. I absolutely fucking hate saying this. But I think that there is a program that has been taking place since at least 1954, an exchange program between aliens and humans, took place at an Air Force base in Texas in 1954, President Eisenhower. Okay, so I think that there could be alien beings here. Usually they're in UFOs and things, but the idea that they could be out in the open could take place. So I am more inclined to believe that Mothman is perhaps an extraterrestrial being than he is someone in the government with a jetpack or something like that. So I think he's extraterrestrial. What do you think, Jim? Definitely. All right. So here's an interesting thing. John Keel, who wrote the Mothman prophecy, we've got a version of it on the Art Bell Vault. So we're gonna play this and listen to it as you wish. It's called, what did you say? Well then don't. Let's see how I want to say this. Then if we're all aliens, okay? Then do extraterrestrials? Is there anything just known as a terrestrial, or are we all extraterrestrials? Okay, I can get on board with that. Right, JH, you and I were the ones who were going through that. What was it called? Directed. Pardon me? That's right, directed panspermia. So, James, we asked ChatGPT what the term was. JH was referencing the term panspermia for the idea that life could have been seeded on Earth from like a meteorite or something like that. And I thought it was more probably seeded here from like an extraterrestrial race. So we asked ChatGPT what it's called when humans are seeded here from an extraterrestrial race, and it called it directed panspermia. And that was wild to us. And then, or that's direct panspermia. And then indirect panspermia would be if it came from a meteorite or something.
For $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock
I can see that.
LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats. You may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry
There's definitely an
about
argument
what
to
to
be
do
made
with
on
your
that.
tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.
Go with your guts. Go with antibiotics. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gut. So for overall health, good nutrition
So it could be it.
is vital. But how can you be sure your dog is getting
All right,
the nutrition they need?
this is
Diet lacking proper nutrients can present
an interview.
issues.
A great interview with John Keel about discovering strange happenings in small towns around the United States. His observations about the phenomenon and Mothman. Yes, at 49 minutes. All right, let's see how this. I want you to pass out during it. That's why we're here.
Weeks after he started Dynamite, I started to see improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Wait a minute. I love chatting with you guys. All right, this is Mothman Prophecies. The guest is going to come on at around 49 minutes, and we're going to just fast forward to that. Because if not, I love this theme song. The theme song is from the movie something Express, Midnight Express. It's like about it's a movie from like the 80s or 70s about being in a Turkish prison for hashish or something.
English language has changed since I was a kid, especially when you do any type of advertising or the world of radio and television, because and even Twitter or X or whatever, because you're just limited even in space sometimes.
Exactly.
And you have to, like tonight, I spell tonight TONITE because it's shorter. It takes less
I can
letters.
imagine.
And sometimes you got to do that. But why do you spell it like that? I don't know. I just been TV and radio too long, I guess. That's the way you spell it, isn't it? But I guess really it's not. So I don't know. There's a whole thing to that. And I've had people get on my case and I don't have to explain it. Anyway, let's go back to what's going on. Please join me on TikTok, by the way. I'd like you to just jump on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Because, you got to get so many followers before you can get some of the tools along the way. So thanks. That's Connie Willis Live. TikTok. I'll start doing some things about some of the evidence we're missing out up in the Colorado Rockies. Larry the White Man. And me and the Blue Rockers celebrate live after 24 seconds of what could be either a new entity just kind of seen. It just happens to be with filters through the windows that we're looking through. And then what the camera picks up too. Because some of these things you don't see with your eye. And sometimes it's because of the filtered windows. But then witness the other filter in the camera picked up through the live stream.
Tonight I have visual evidence for you. It's an article on Yahoo.
Anyway, Larry the Light Man.
And I think you'll find this absolutely fascinating, frightening. This really is scary.
And that's it.
It's very legitimate science and under the photograph, which, by the way, when you get to the story, it's under one's new. About the Antarctic building or whatever, I forget the title.
Refreshing.
Go to the article and then click on the photograph itself to see
I'm just amazed at some of the things you
full-size picture. This is really scary.
Let me ask you this.
One of the most remote spots on the planet, Sydney Island off Antarctica, is providing scientists with a pristine natural laboratory to gauge the environmental consequences of rising global temperatures. Writing in the journal Science, British and Canadian scientists said on Thursday, that's this Thursday, today, a 20-year study revealed dramatic changes in lakes on Sydney Island caused by a 1.8 degrees Celsius rise in air temperature. This increased triggered a series of changes in the lakes on the island, about 435 miles northwest of the Antarctic Peninsula. Scientists hope polar lakes to be early detectors of change wrought by global warming, and so it is. When do you see this?
His soul had left him. And so the grumpy, mean, nasty person came in and took over his body. And I noticed that with other people in the ICU too, where it literally
is become identity. Pictures of Mothman.
Yeah, if you actually go to the front of my website,
because they were a whole other person.
www.coleman.com.
That's not my dad. And the other people with
I'm looking at it right now. Let's see if it's here.
saying the same thing. That's not my son. That's not my mother. That's what is that time? Because I was able to actually ask what did I see people doing.
Doesn't look like it's valuable. So.
They actually said, this is the information of
You can go into it, but then you can come back out of it.
7-foot tall creature.
And she had said, we don't know what it is. She was being honest with me, and I appreciate it, because other people were trying to blow it out. No. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is there a name for that? Do you have any idea?
More than I'm not going to like this. For some reason, Lauren, and I don't know what that is. I've gone all the years of my life hearing references to the Mothman prophecies and never really knowing a doggone thing about the Mothman.
Well, it is interesting that here we have a case that's waited 35 years to really come out in the open. John did a great job with his 1975 book, and finally Hollywood's covering it. But, 2002 is definitely going to be the year of Mothman.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
So you think the Mothman is going to be like the new chupacabra?
Well, I think so. I think what's happening is cryptozoologists, paranormalists, are all of a sudden going to have to set up and look at what's going on. You had a 13-month period of incredible vortex of phenomena. UFOs, Men in Black, poltergeist activity.
Do you think that Mothman is paranormal to the degree that it might be coming through one of these holes?
Did they get a glimpse? I definitely think that John's concept of window areas is something we have to not ignore.
That's what he believes. You see, I don't know anything about any of this, so he does believe that there are kind of windows then.
Oh, yeah, he invented the whole concept of window areas. And, I think that's something that we have to look at. There's almost as if sometimes the window opens very widely, and a lot of different phenomena comes through. And sometimes it's very narrow, and you just have the UFO flap. But, I mean, my whole chapter 9 in my book is called Windows on there, John. Whole concept there.
Are you two friends?
Oh, yeah, we're great friends. I just talked to today, and, went to his birthday party a few years ago. Yeah, great. We've been great friends.
Well, it's my understanding he's a young 80 years old, is that right?
No, he's only 72. He's a very, very good man.
72, all right. And he began writing about all of this how long ago, Lauren?
When he was just in his 20s, he started doing radio shows on UFOs. And he was a screenwriter and a TV writer, and then slowly over the years started writing for some of the men's magazines, which were pretty serious. The old days when the True magazines and things like that were the only places that you could really talk about 40 of the UFO phenomena. And John did quite a bit of that, and then he came into some advances here and there to do some wonderful kind of books like UFOs and Trojan Horror Stories.
Well, you know, Lauren, this description really sounds to me like, what a lot of people would call
and that's the same with animals too, by the way. When people say, "Oh,
yeah, well, I think that John certainly, as the lightning rod for Mothman, has been able to really define Mothman and some of the strange phone calls and entities and all of the things that he'll tell you about tonight. And it's really,
I guess I'm asking your opinion. There are a lot of religious folks out there. This is a demon. It sounds like a classic demon.
It's funny. You can look at it as a demon. I've interviewed witnesses because if you look at Mothman beyond the context of Point Pleasant, people have seen winged creatures all over the world and all over the United States. Some people describe these as angels. So you can look at it in two different perspectives. Some young kids who I've interviewed have seen these things without any hands, with wings, have talked about angels. Other people who are chased in the middle of the night by
huge red-eye creature. Sometimes what's the problem with this is that angels, the way I think of angels, they definitely don't have red eyes. Angels couldn't have red eyes. Well, I think that. No, I understand what you're saying. Generally, most of the people who talk about Mothman give it a very sinister feeling. Has Mothman ever been known to physically assault humans in any way? Mothman himself, no. But people have. There's a linkage, of course, between Mothman and the collapse of the Silver Bridge at the end of the 13th century. That's a whole different story. But physically, Mothman never touched her. He was with